I have returned! How's it going, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing, 14 on the YouTube side? On the Twitch side, how you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Lunar Wind? How you doing, Horror Loving? Very nice. How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Linguini? How you doing, Joof? Did I say Dark Muffin? I'll say Dark Muffin again. How you doing, Dark Muffin? How you doing, Jirelli? How you doing, Shark Ray? How you doing, Shopkeeper B? How you doing, Casual Maker? I'm back with the milk. Hopefully you nerds are doing good. I am doing real good. I don't know. It's like one of those things that, like, I wonder if the whole, like, how you doing, Lana? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think as much as I like being a weirdo hermit. No, fuck, I forgot the cigarettes. Okay, hold on a sec. Well, thanks for coming, everybody. I gotta go get the cigarettes. No. Listen, there's incredibly hack gags for ending streams early, and I don't care. I love them every time. They're so good. They're so good. But yes, for people who might have missed it, and they're like, wait, where did Hal go? I went to MagFest up in DC. New PC game and all. I mean, your PC will always exist. I only paint 1,000,000 times a year, so I don't know. Do what you gotta do, nerd. Do what you gotta do. But I am doing some, like, I have not exploded. I kept expecting I would. I can feel maybe like a little bit of voice roughness, but I don't know. Otherwise, I'm feeling pretty jolly. I think overall I did active. How you doing, Zetaya? How you doing? Also, this is my Desecrated Saint that I was one. I quickly airbrushed it skin color right before stream so I could get the chains done and start working. But yeah, MagFest is pretty good. Let's see, breakdown by the day. So like a lot of it was like watching, like just hanging out with fun internet friends. I'll have to watch about that. I actually did get to meet Sklimbo very, very briefly. I got to meet Sklimbo very, very, very briefly. And a lot of it was hanging out with the there's like a usual Magfest crew I hang out, like Sasha and Bloom and whatnot, and we have a good old time. I was in like a big old Airbnb, which is like really, really banging. That was really, really nice. Like, hey, let's go. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? I've returned. Fuck, we got ad break. Blah, 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 blah. It's fine. It's fine. We will be back soon. We will be back soon from the ad break. I cannot escape. I cannot escape Twitch. They're like, where's my fucking money, Hal? Where's my fucking money, Hal? And then I'm back, you know. Oh yeah, Prime your register. Yeah, Prime does. And well, no, the thing is, like, I know you're joking, but like, I legitimately think vitamin C maxing kind of helped a lot. Like, I would like, clearly I was there with some people who were like, there's this guy named, you might see him around Nano Machiner. Very, 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 very cool. Very, very cool individual. And they were like, here's a bunch of oranges. You're going to need this. I'm like, yay, I do need this. I, in fact, do need these. Let's see. What is the series of events? Okay. How you doing, Hug Your Dogs? How you doing? Welcome. Let's see. I'll go. So, I will say, no, I still need to, I need to do a proper, so here's my thought about the Lemon Pig, right? One is I want to do a proper Lemon Pig, but I don't want to do it quite like I did last year. Like I've done the Lemon Pig formula a couple times. I think last year's failure made me realize I also don't want to do resin pours for Lemon Pigs anymore. I think resin pours for Lemon Pigs is a mistake that I'm not gonna worry about too much. It will happen though. It will happen. I still got this buddy too from last year. I gave them, it was like Sklebo and Frank or something like that. I have the VOD. I'll have to go back and check. I gave them really, really goofy names. I gave them incredibly goofy names. But let's see. Let's talk about so yeah, this Magfest is interesting in that, like, I would say this is the most actually doing stuff in a convention that I've ever done. Because previously, a lot of times in Magfest is like I would just hang out in just basically hang out in the board game room and just sort of be around people playing Mahjong. That's sort of the thing. So, let me talk about the one thing I'm sure everybody is excited for if they remember that I got one of these, and it's going to be way more bummer. So, I entered a Beyblade X event, and I'm not going to lie, it was bad. It was bad. So here's what happened. Okay. So like, I saw a Beyblade. Oh boy, I drank so much Malort. There was a Vtuber named Karin who also came too from Finland, and she brought Finnish liquor, which is all basically just liquid forms of fucking not sauerkraut. God damn it, was it licorice? It's basically all like salty liquid licorice, and the weird thing is I kind of enjoy it. Hi, Tayo. How you doing? I've had many a snack that is just basically licorice, and it was pretty legit. Okay. So like here's sort of what went down for the Beyblade tournament. I know, buddy. Yeah, I saw Bonnie a lot there. I'm doing good. How you holding up? I'm holding up pretty well. So I went to a Beyblade tournament, and now a lot of things I would actually argue at Magfest. A lot of events are aimed towards beginners. So like they have like tabletop events there. But a lot of it, it's like, how do you do a D&D? Homebrewing? It's not as scary as you think it is. Like, you know, like I am not the target demographic for that. How you doing, 14? Pretty good. I'm going to be talking. I have loot that I just did not take proper pictures. I'll probably get all the pictures by Sunday. Spoilers, I will not be streaming on Thursday because the guild is... The guild is like, okay, you had your fun week off. Now you gotta do some shit. Now you gotta work extra on the day. And I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. But so a lot of things that are for Magfest are like aimed at new people, and it was like casual Beyblade events. Come experience Beyblade. We will have loaners, and I was like, oh, this will be fun. I can't wait. So I signed up for this Beyblade event. It was a the backlog calls forever. So I go to this Beyblade event, and it was like, you know, I didn't know how many people would sign up. It ended up being a 32-person Swiss tournament. I'm like, oh god, okay. So a lot of it's standing and waiting because like you got to do like I actually think that the Beyblade X is kind of a neat game, and that there's like a kind of like bluffing and drafting component to it, which is kind of neat. Basically, you bring 3 Beyblades with you, and you put them in like an order your opponents can't see, and you have to use them one after another in that order. So you can kind of have like an attack type, like a defense type, and like a stamina type, or like, you know, like go 3 attacks, live your life. Or you can kind of like fuck around a bit with like your stuff, and between people scoring, you can like switch the order to fuck with them some more. But anyway, I was like, okay, I did a couple of test spins, but like I had like the little beginner box baby like let them rip thing. I think they call them rip cords. I'm not sure. So I show up, and my first opponent is somebody who tournament grinds Beyblades, which sounds weird. It's like it is both strange because you're like people tourney grind Beyblades, and like that is an inherently confusing thing to hear about. I think we can use a smaller brush on this. How you doing, Moss? How you doing? I'm talking about how I got my ass beat in Beyblade. It was tragic, but anyway. So like, here's the reason why Beyblade has sweats is because like children aren't playing Beyblade. Like you know, I play Beyblade like our child is even a bit of a stretch. I basically played it in middle school. I got in late, but I was like, but okay. So they definitely like retool it like it's gonna say weird if I say they retool it like an esport. Like I understand that like, you know, Beyblades are physical things, but like when I say that, you guys kind of get like the vibe I'm getting, right? But oh, speaking of that, it's like, but small tangent. I have seen the saddest person in my life, and that's somebody who flies to a convention to play League of Legends, not as part of like a tournament, just to play League of Legends. Tragic, isn't it? Isn't that depressing? Yeah, I think Charlie's got a good point. Yeah, it's like arguably the audience for Yu-Gi-Oh is like, you know, children and teens, and then, you know, also up to adults. But sounds like a call-out post. I am. But yeah, but you know, if you're actually serious, you're going to be an adult doing this. So anyway, so I show up, and like not only is my opponent incredibly sweaty, he is like the alpha sweat. And like, okay, I should also clarify, like I'm this is not necessarily his fault. Like, this is somebody who is like clearly into Beyblade and was excited that tournaments were showing up there. I did not have a fun time played against this dude, but I don't think he's like morally in the wrong. I think if anything, it was just the issue with MAG advertising this more like it was a tournament and not like it was like a casual thing. But basically like the CEO of Beyblading in the region showed up, and I had my little baby shitty launcher, right? And I was like goofing up. Like I was just like because I bought a Beyblade. I didn't buy one of the arenas. So I was just like, my ability to get it to go consistently into the arena was really sketchy. And one of the other people who was also like really into it was like, how you doing, Treddy? How you doing? Yeah, basically, yeah. It was definitely that. But like someone lent me their launcher, and the thing is that they're like, don't click it too hard because it will damage it. So I definitely put my blade in really loose, which caused it to fly out a lot. And I was like, oh, really sorry about this. I don't want to like, you know, launch shit off to the side. And everyone, like, a lot of the other people were like, yeah, you know, it's fine. You're new. He's getting visibly upset. He eventually 2-0s me, gives me something like, you got to work on your power and whatever. Like, you know, it's one of those things that, like, I don't think his advice was bad. I just think is, like, you know, I didn't know what I was doing enough to even take that advice to heart, but whatever. So I was like, okay. I stood for basically an hour. I played Blade against one dude who was, like, the best. But, like, you know, there's a whole Swiss tournament that I should be getting 2 more rounds of this, right? And then the guys at the tournament were like, oh, we goofed up and we accidentally set this for single elimination. So, I play literally the worst person as a casual to play Beyblade against, and then I had to go. And like, there were other Beyblade events at the at MagFest, and I was like, you know, on one hand, I considered going to another one, but like, my plans for conventions are I just kind of show up and go places. I really did become the I didn't become the buy. Once I was eliminated, it was just like the amount of players were cleaved in half. So it's like, okay. So yeah, I just went on my way. I still have my Beyblade. Will I try again in the future? I don't know. I didn't play any EDH. This is what's fucked up. Every time I go to Magfest, I'm like, I'm gonna bring. I brought the Ericthia, the Abzan lady who like reanimates enchantments of zombies. I brought a pre-con of her that I keep around, and then also like my pirate deck. And I keep it in my backpack, which just makes my backpack heavier and shittier. Also, Mike Duans, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Talk about Magfest and complain about how I got my ass kicked at Beyblade. But yeah, no, I didn't end up playing any Magic at all. Usually I do at least one game. That time, nah. I think next year I'm just not gonna bother. I like Magic, but I also mostly like Magic playing with my group. Yeah. Yeah, it's like it is also one of those things. It's like I kind of like having the option that if it's like, you know, like kind of like, you know, it doesn't hurt to be prepared. It might not be too bad. It might not be too bad. But I just don't. Hey, no, it's all good. It's all good. I legitimately have like hung out with people that I'm like friends with, and I go to their streams like, oh, I never actually followed you, did I? Teehee. Do not worry. Do not worry. But hopefully you're doing good. So Beyblade was a bust. What else did I do? I feel like I'm definitely blanking on. Oh, here's another. I will say, my actual like my Magfest, it was fun. Things in the actual convention generally went very poorly for me. And like, I mean like the convention of Magfest itself. So my next idea was like, oh, I need to track down the guy who wrote Lancer because he was there. And apparently someone was like, oh, how? They're selling limited edition copies of Lancer with the variant cover. I was like, oh shit, bitch, let's go. And by the time I got to him, he's like, yeah, I thought these were going to last all weekend, but they sold out in like the first hour. I did. So as part of the haul, I will show you, I did get he had prints you could get signed. So I did get, what's it called? I did get a signed Lancaster. So that was cool. That was pretty legit. Then after that, I don't recall if there's like much else going on. I wrote down kind of the things I did a little bit. But there was definitely like a big house party after that. This is the most drinking I've done in a while. I didn't get like blackout or anything, but like, guys, I see the light. I see the light. Oh, don't worry. Me being defeated's not over yet. I found beers that I like. I actually found beers that I'm like, you know what? This is pretty good. This is pretty legit. I did not hate these beers. It was my first time trying Modelo's and Younglings. So I much like good old Anakin Skywalker, I slaughtered many Younglings. So that was kind of neat, actually. That was kind of neat. How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? I generally do too. Like, there's also a lot of like, I remember Bloom was like, "How check out this incredibly garbage liquor that wasn't Malort." And I was like, "Okay, this is pretty legit." And they're like, it's known for being bad, and I tried it. I was like, "Oh no, I like this. What the fuck?" I'm one of those weirdos that weirdly like herbal alcohol. Like I like me a good Jaeger. I'm also getting medals in a bunch of spots, but that's fine. That's what I'm doing this stage first because I'm gonna go and touch it up in a bit. So that's not the biggest deal. These chains are a pain in the ass to paint, but that's fine. If I do nothing but paint these chains for like 1,000,000 hours, I'll still be pretty all right. But yeah, that was pretty good. I played some of the Slay Aspire board game at the Airbnb, which is like a really big Airbnb with like straight up like a projector. The projector actually came in handy, which I'll explain later. So second day, due to scheduling shenanigans, I actually barely went into Magfest proper. Because of just like I said, just like everybody got there pretty late, and then some like scheduling stuff happened. But we did a big Korean barbecue thing, and Korean barbecue fucked. It was you know, meat good forever. And then we went back to the Airbnb, and then for some reason, how you doing, Oni? How you doing? As a group, we proceeded to watch the entirety of Keijo. I don't know what led to that decision because I would have suggested it, mind you. I suggested TQ at one point, but like I came into everybody back. I came back from the thing, and everyone was watching like Keijo, and I was like, fuck yeah, let's go. Gotta say, Keijo still holds up. Keijo still holds up really, 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 really well. But yeah. I think I tried Modelo first, and I also like Blue Moon. I kind of forgot that I'm okay with Blue Moon too. I think I just had people try to sell me on nothing but piss beers for years, and I was just, none of these are good. Yes, it is. It's the one where you fight ass. It's the one where you ass fight, but everybody has like ridiculous shonen power ups. It's so good. Keijo's the best. I love Keijo so much. So that was, and then another partying and hanging out and stuff like that. I feel like a lot of the nights are just like, and then we hung out and we drank and we had fun. And then people try to get me to play Mahjong. I played one game, not one game. I played like one set of Mahjong against people who were like semi-pros at Mahjong. I didn't deal into any bad hands, but I got my ass thoroughly beaten. It was tragic. It was tragic in that like I didn't fall into any obvious pitfalls, but I still got beat. I still got my shit throttled. How you doing, Turtle Sages? How you doing? To hang out. Yeah, it's like I'm not a big drinker and I don't really do parties, but like I what's the best way to say this? I think I have like really bad sound sensitivity where it's like if there's too much noise, I get like disoriented a bit. So like I can't do clubs. And arguably even some of the big things like the Korean barbecue, which was like a 20-person ordeal, was almost too much, where it's hard for me to hear anything and I just get like disoriented. But the house party stuff was fine, where it's like, it's all people I know. I can break off into groups of like, however many at any time. There's plenty of places if I need to just like go off in my corner and chill. Like it was pretty legit. It was pretty legit. Thank you for the hydrate too. I could use that. There we go. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know, like, if that's like a medical thing or just whatever's going on with my brain. But it's too much. It's hard for me to like handle all that noise. Korean barbecue. We also like. There's a guy. I think he said it's cool to say his name. So I'm trying to mentally juggle because I basically hung out with VTubers all weekend, and like, that's kind of what happens, but like, it's hard to, most of everybody was like, hey, you can say that I was here, but that's fine. But I think, I think I could say it. His name's Floop, and he is a certified Korean. Which normally in most instances doesn't matter, but like he knew what he was doing at the Korean barbecue. So he's like, yeah, get these cuts of meat, get this. I remember last time I went to one, I was like, ooh, spicy octopus, you say. It wasn't good. I feel like if you try to go get it, like, I love seafood, but I feel like anytime I've ever had seafood at a Korean barbecue place, it's not like awful. It's not like I'm like throwing up, like this is disgusting. It's more like, oh, this is disappointed to the like never-ending array of like beautiful, tasty meats. Like it's like going to a Red Lobster and ordering a steak, where it's like you're not going to like regret it like emotionally, but it's also like, what the fuck are you doing? I also realizing that's a dated reference because I think Red Lobsters are dead, right? Like Red Lobster stopped being real, right? How you doing, Bird Mouse? How you doing? Also, so one of the people in our chat accidentally, as like a Freudian slip, said KBBW and not KBBQ, and that's living in my brain forever now. Hey everybody, let's go out in the town and find ourselves a real thick Korean woman. you know, she probably knows where the good restaurants around. All right. But yeah, it's very warm where I'm at. It is like actively like 50 degrees, which is nice. Yeah, I have to imagine there's like maybe because it's a chain, in theory, if you could pivot to your own supply lines, you could probably still run that shit, but I don't know. I even thought the last Blockbuster closed down at some point. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I never got to try one of those, but honestly, I kind of want to. I've like, that's one of those dumb things where it's like for years it was like, wow, those wacky Japanese eating sushi off of naked women. But it's also like, Yeah, I'd give it a go. I'd give it a go. How you doing, Lego Man? How you doing? Hey, let's go. Hell yeah, Marauders. I'm working on this big lad, the Desecrated Saint that I'm doing custom style. Yeah, someday. Like, it's one of those things that like the idea of Red Lobster dying is weird because it's just like a dumb corporate like place to eat. Like, there's no real cultural value for Red Lobster existing. But like, I remember when I was young, legitimately we would be treated to Red Lobster as a treat. And I do like it's like, ooh, things are doing pretty good for us financially, and it's a special occasion. We're gonna go to Red Lobster, baby. How you ready for some shrimp scampi? And boy, howdy was I. Yeah. Oh yeah. This guy, I'm going with the idea. I'm calling him the Worm of Sodom, where the idea in the lore of Trench Crusade, a Desecrated Saint is somebody who would have grown up to be like a great prophet, but some sort of like vice or sin or temptation put them low. I imagine this guy was going to be like a world-changing kind of like prophet, but then just like went to Boner Town and like was just fucked up. And then once the big god laser hit, he just kind of got dragged to hell with everyone else. Yeah, he did look back indeed. Also, I have a couple of Legion Incubi kicking around in thing. Oh shit, I need to do something. So like I did some minor tangent. I did look very, very briefly into what's still legal for Legion of Everblight and War Machine. Dagrosh 1's fucking dead, and I was thinking about maybe doing something with him as like a Kip Ash project, because you know he's not even legal in the game anymore. What else did I do? So Wednesday. God, your roof is so fucked up. I'm so sorry. That's fucking water damage is the worst. We also had some water damage. Apparently, one of the showers was leaking at Magfest, and we are like, oh, that's not good. Luckily, the homeowners just sent some dudes over. And that was taken care of. Let me see what else. I also got I'll like I said, I'll do a proper like showing my loot I haven't taken a nice picture of all my loot yet. A couple of things I did get. I'll just kind of explain what I get as the day goes on. Did you guys know there's a Cowboy Bebop TRPG? Because I own it now. I own the Cowboy Bebop TRPG. It's neat. It's like what's it called? Did I loot a loot? No, I got no musical instruments. What I did get, but I'm torn on it so far. It's neat. And that, like, you know, it looks very nice, and I think I have to imagine it plays probably okay. I'm gonna say modern game design, and I need to. It's very heavy on the modern game design idea, and I don't mean that as like, it's full of woke. No, I mean it's very much. The game is a rigid series. Apparently, it won an Emmy like last year, like 2025, or was nominated for one. So it's very recent. This is a very recent thing. It's also not powered by the apocalypse, which is nice. I don't hate powered by the apocalypse like a lot of my peers do, but I do agree it's heavily overused. But it's very much like all the stats are based off of like types of music, and it's like a sequence will be like, oh, I need to resist something. Like I need to resist being shot at a bunch of people, so I will roll my rock score. I have a trait. That is not relevant to the situation, but I'll spend a rhythm point. And imagine if you understand an English word, imagine it's capitalized. I will spend a rhythm point to use it. And then we're on tab 2. We're on tab 2. So that with tab 2, we get extra dice. And then I rolled a couple of dice. I generated 2 shocks and 2 hits. I will spend the hits to increase a clock, which is about the positive way to get towards discovering the secret of your bounties so you can capture them. But your DM will take your shocks and add them to a negative clock. It's, like I said, I was waiting for, I did get to see a very cool thing. But I had a bit of a headache because I didn't have caffeine until that day, so like, I do want to give it a proper read. Yeah, there's other games that I think use it all right. Like, I don't mind that system in Paragons, and Masks. Though the tricky thing with Masks is that it almost feels like a lot Powered by the Apocalypse really, really, really wants you to buy in the idea that, like, you won't play optimally. And, like, I get what they're going for. Like, how you doing next time? How you doing? How you doing? Like, the idea of min-maxing Empowered by the Apocalypse feels insane. But, like, there's also times where it, like, really wants you to do a move that feels contrary to how a person would move. Like, they're, like, clearly, like, this is where you would fuck over your friend. And like, in other games, you'd be like, so I get, like, a mechanical benefit for fucking over my friend, right? They're like, no, you won't. So you're like, why would I do... Like, I know we're telling a story, but I like my buddy, and if I fuck them over, that's gonna ruin their night. So there's, like, kind of, like, every now and then you'll hit, like, weird little hitches with that. Yeah, I saw a little bit of that Avatar game, but I've never properly played it myself. This is also the base that I use with that. I haven't used my super glue technique. Well, not mine. I did not invent this. Where you take PVA glue and super glue, and you kind of make a little thing. Oh, but I did get so the first day I did get to see a panel. Do you guys know the VTuber Geop? I've been on a stream like twice. He's a rock and he does funny Zillow streams, and he did one at MagFest, and that was pretty legit. Day 3, I got to do my Waka pilgrimage. There is a very, very cool game called Waka. It is a dead rhythm game where you have a big fuck off circle. Here, let me get a Waka picture on the screen. Let me get a picture of Waka because it's so good. Yeah, it's like the tricky thing of Powered by the Apocalypse is like it's very easy if you are a like, you know, you're not very like math savvy, but like you have a cool idea. It does like it works for that. But also sometimes people don't think about a lot of the choices they put in there. There we go. This is Waka. No, I would love to own a Waka machine, but they are, you know, arcade cabinets. It's a rhythm game where it's just like different parts of the screen, like the edge of the circle light up, and then you kind of have to touch them. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's a big ass thing. The funny thing, so the game is dead. Like Waka, I don't believe has been alive since 2022. But apparently at MagFest, they're updating it with new songs. And like, I know I'm not hallucinating the new songs because one of them was the fucking Rotten Girl, like Vocaloid song. Like the recent-ish one. And I was like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, no, they're definitely. I can see Puri want to play one of those. It's like, it's one of those games. It's like I think anytime there is like a big arcade, it shows up because it's like a relatively popular one. Like those machines always have lines at least like three people long. But I gotta get that out of my system. I watched a couple of panels. There's actually like I ended up stumbling into this one panel that was basically they do like an improv of like, hey, this is like the yearly Team Rocket meeting, and like you would think that'd be significantly more cringe, but it was like reasonably solid. At least when the people presenting it were doing it, they had like an audience improv thing going on, and that was like pulling teeth out of my dick, and I did not enjoy that. But like everything else about that was pretty legit. There's also one that was called like the Arcade Pit, where it's basically like it's almost like a game show where you play shitty games. That was also pretty cool. I'm sorry, like what? Pull teeth out of your dick. It's something that's hard and impossible to enjoy. There we go. I've been told that like I don't really realize how insane some of my little like idioms are and like little like turns of phrase. Someone pointed out to me because I was upset that I missed a panel and I said I was gonna piss blood. I said I was gonna piss blood, and I was like, oh yeah, next time you should get called up. Hell yeah, let's go. You got a prize for that too, right? Hell yeah. I did also saw that they had a game called it was called like Cardinal Sin spelled with a Y that looked like Todd McFarlane made the shittiest Soul Edge clone, not Soul Calibur, Soul Edge, and it looked beautiful. And I want to try it sometime, just a little bit because it looks terrible. It looks absolutely fucking terrible, and I'm really fucking curious about it. How you doing, Solid Crazy? How you doing? I'm sure it's possible to build a Waka machine in the year of our Lord 2025. Okay. And oh fuck yeah, mate. Let's go. Let's go get to the Nanners fan club. Nanners is doing pretty good. Nanners is doing pretty good. She did not eat before I left, but I came back and, you know, changed her up. I'm in the void. Oh, there we go. I don't know. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there exactly. Anime twink. What? That's a wait. No, I think that's a lady. I think that's just like a really handsome flat woman. Let's see. There's this one. What's it called? One of the Waka characters is this like really colorful siscon lady who's just like obsessed about her sister, and she's got like a Technicolor sloth as her like little pet. I wonder if I can find her. I actually don't know her name off the top of my head. Lily, there we go. There we go. I'll show the navigator I play in a bit. But yeah, no, Nares is doing good. She's got her water and everything, so she's doing legit. But yes, hold on. So God, hold on, I'm getting hella distracted. There we go. Let me do that. And also, that was Mini Dal. Looks like you are already on there, so I'm gonna hit the update button. There we go. Hey! Oh, congratulations! Fuck yeah, let's go. You are now the president. I will hydrate. Yes. Menino, congratulations on your new presidency. Huzzah. Hell yeah. And there we go. Oh, that was at medium tier. But yeah, this is the let's see. This is the Waka navigator I use. She's pretty legit. Their designs are very like poppy and energetic, but also I like, you know, look at that lad. She's pretty legit though. Then what happens? So it's like Waka, it's got to see a bunch of panels. I'm so upset though. Like, I mean, like not that upset. So Protomen were at this MagFest, right? And they debuted Act 3. And I knew that was going to be like a crazy big event. And I'm going to be real. I was like, at the time, I was like, I'm tired. I'm tired. I don't know if I want to like go through a whole concert and be in the mosh pit again or whatnot. I'm willing to oh god, the fucking guys, like I feel like I'm taking crazy pills with the new Nikkei. Oh yeah, no, they just released Act 3. Because like a lot of people like the new Nikkei, and I understand why. But like, she's too derivative. She's like the smelly girl failure version of those like people like the kind of like anime character that's just like a succubus with a womb tattoo and thigh squish and just has all the sliders turned up. Like she doesn't do anything for me anymore. She's just Hex Maniac with fatter tits and more stink. Like, she's not her own character. Like the other Nikkeis have their own stuff going on. Even if I don't play the game, I understand that like what Ellig or like Breddy is going for, but I don't know. Yeah, that's like the Sloth's tail, I think. Like doing the. Oh no, fuck, Sloths don't have tails. Yeah, that's just one of the legs. I don't know why my brain was like, yeah, Sloths got tails, right? They got tails. No, that's not true. But yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I was like, okay, I don't really need to go. I don't know. No, the problem is, it's like I don't know. It's like trying too hard. It doesn't feel organic. I'm also like, I might be changing some of my goals for New Year's. I think a lot of like some of us realize that like I think I like hold back too much. I don't think I'm as weird as I want to be. So I'll have strong pervert opinions and say that like I don't know, she feels like an industry plant and I can't vibe with her because of that. Like I don't care how fucking I don't care how fucking buttery this lobster is. I know it's synthetic lobster. I know it's not real. But yeah. But anyway, so Protoman concert. Protoman concert. Here, I should also show a picture of her just to show that I'm not crazy. Like, okay, oh, there we go. So my context is less that like I'm not gonna be like going to people's DMs and be like, yo, girl, show me them toes. Like that's. I feel like there's like being a sex pest and being a pervert. If that makes any sense. I'm not actually even gonna be that perverted either. I just mean like, you know, if I have an opinion on Nikkei Girl, I just want to say it. I want to get off my chest. I don't care. I don't need to keep that shit to myself. I want to be more unhinged like everybody else on the internet. I'm jelly about it. But anyway, that's like 3 tangents deep. I didn't go to the Proto Men concert, the third one, the new one, because there was have you guys heard of, so I have been aware of this person, but I did not attach a name to it. Do you guys know somebody named Noodle? Apparently he's in the extended Mandalore friend group and does a thing where to like prank his friends, he will take a video and he'll like edit it in really subtle ways. And I was like, oh, he's doing a midnight screening of one of those, like an E3 one. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. I'll go to that. That's fun. I did not know how busy that was going to be. I waited in line. I got there like maybe like half an hour early, and that was not early enough. So I proceeded to wait in line for a further 45 minutes, and then the guy's like, "Yeah, no, you're not getting it. I'm sorry." And so I went home sad. But you know, it was more chilling at the hotel. Also, there is an anime that I've been introduced to that I did not watch a huge amount of it because I missed some chunks, but I want to go back and watch a little bits. Fucking Akagi is the shit. Akagi is so fucking good. So Akagi, it's from the if you know Kaiji, it's the same author of that. Like I'm gonna show a picture of Akagi, and some of you guys might have seen him around. The author has a really distinct style, See if I can find. What if I could get like a. Let's see if I can get like a good like side profile of him, because it's one of those authors that like let's see. There we go. Oh god, this is also fun. So basically, he's like an insane gambler. It starts off with him being 13 years old, playing chicken, and in order to escape the cops, he wanders into a mahjong parlor, and then is like, oh, you know what? I'm a good enough gambler. He finds a guy who's like in debt to the Yakuza in like 1958. This isn't like 1958. So this is what I'm talking about. Very distinct style. Very, very angular. Very angular. I kind of fuck with it personally. It's a lot of people bounce off, and I understand. Yeah, definitely did. Triangle Nose Reel. And it is, it's so good. He is like, he's never really presented as a good guy. He's like legitimately, he's like such a fucking psychopath edgelord, but you're also rooting for him because he's playing against like Yakuza creeps, and it's so good. So by helping this guy get out of, like, you know, avoid his debt, and like Akagi's not doing it for like good reasons. He's doing it because he's fucking insane and he just has to gamble at all times. He's good at mahjong. So like, I actually say as a mahjong series, it's actually weirdly digestible. Like, you know, my knowledge of mahjong is fine, but they're not like jerking off certain big Yakuman. They're mostly talking about like doing like shady tricks and like actively cheating in the game, but everybody's cheating. So cheating is basically fair game at that point. And it's just like really good. Jong Souls win. I will say this very clearly now. I don't think I will ever have a Jong art on stream. My feelings for mahjong is I like it as nerd poker. I like playing Jong with my friends, and I like doing it in very specific circumstances. I will play on mahjong on other people's streams. I don't think mahjong, mind you, there are people that actively look for people to play mahjong to watch, and I understand that. I am not that interested in mahjong. I think it's cool when people are. It's just not my cup of tea for that kind of thing. Yeah, I watched a little bit of Kaiji back in the day. Like I remember, because Kaiji's kind of the opposite, where he's just like constantly crying and fucking up. Meanwhile, Akagi is just doing like, yeah, I cheated. I saw you were cheating, so I actually like did some tile manipulation to flip your cheat, so that way is that your cheat actually fucked up and caused me to win. I'm like, fuck yeah, buddy, let's go. The best part, though, is every time Akagi wins, he's never like, haha, I outsmarted you, or like, haha, that's what you get for bullying everybody. Every time Akagi wins, he's like, okay, double or nothing. He says double or nothing every time, and everybody's like, Akagi, stop. Akagi, stop. Yeah, it basically is like Yu-Gi-Oh! First season from what I understand. But imagine if Yugi didn't have supernatural powers, but was like, okay, hear me out on this. Imagine Yu-Gi-Oh! Season 0 by way of Baki, where everybody is a grotesque-looking weirdo, but to a certain degree, nothing is explicitly supernatural, but everybody is fucking insane. How are you doing, the toasted one? Yeah, let me get you in the Nanners fan club. Do that real quick. Oh, there we go. Newbie. Let's go. But yeah, Nanners is doing good. I also got her a new rat, which is defrosting, and I got her. I'm gonna try. I've been previously using coconut bark for her substrate. And she's been doing okay with that, but I've been doing a little bit of research because it seems like it dries too quickly, which is where I'm at. And people are like, oh, you used to mix some cypress mulch in that bad boy, so I'm gonna give that a go. That way I don't have to mist it down with my little spray. Because like I don't mind like the act of misting, but every now and then Nanners will catch a stray blast of like mist and she'll freak out. Because she doesn't comprehend, like, you know, I actually don't know how good like snakes primarily see with taste. Like, that's why they stick the tongue out. They got like a sensory organ for, I think it's like a heat scent smell thing in the side of their mouth. But, you know, I don't think she has a comprehension to understand why she might have took a rogue blast of water, and I don't want to inflict her on that. But yeah, the toasted one. Welcome to the freshman rank of the official Nanners fan club. Yeah, she's very cute, isn't she? She's my cute critter thing. She's very, very good. Nanner's good. Nanner's good. It's all I always worry like when I have to leave her for some, like, I don't ever leave her for like a huge amount of time, and snakes are very low maintenance pets, so I can pretty much just like give her all the like food and water and be like, all right, Nanners, I'll be back in like a couple days, and she's like, bruh. She doesn't do it, you know, she doesn't really like, she doesn't have the brain power to do like direct acknowledgement, but like, I'll come back, everything's fine, and like, you know, change her water out, she's doing good. So it's nice to see her again though. She's been surprisingly active. Usually she's more like hibernating at this point in the year, but now she's not, and I'm like, okay, that's cool. These little bits. She's a very good screensaver. Unironically, when I joked that she's like my favorite piece of furniture. Any other noteworthy Magfest things? Like, I feel bad because like I generally did a lot, but a lot of it is just like, hey, I found some online people and I went and said hey, and it was pretty legit. I think I could say, yeah, I think I can say I met them. I got to see Verisimillia for the first time in person. That was neat. She's a very energetic lady. Holy shit. Like on her streams where she's just like bouncing around doing shit all the time. That's not a bit. That's not like an act. Like there's some people that are like energetic as like a thing to do, and then they're like, all right, I turn everything off and I become quiet. I'm kind of like that, to be honest. I'm a very chill person outside of stream, and I'm not even that nuts. Yeah, they basically got like right after another, and like honestly good for both of them. Hell yeah. Glad to see people doing good things. Hell yeah. Yeah. It's good. It's definitely good timing for sure. What's the best way to say this? I would argue that off stream, I am like very, very quiet and passive. Like I just like hanging really. But like it's honestly, that's also the thing I do like about Magfest. It really does like if there's a way to reasonably bring her, I would consider it, but I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's a good idea or will work, but also I'm just basically taking anything that looks sort of like a pit. I'm just sticking some blood in there just for funs. There's no real rhyme or reason. I just want this to look like very hideously pockmarked. Yeah, but so it's like it's nice. I like being dragged out of my shell a little bit. I like legitimately I came home and like usually like after an event like this I feel kind of sad. I'm but like this time I was like, you know, I feel good. I feel refreshed. Oh shit! Speaking about Warhammer World, that's actually relevant. That's actually relevant. One, it's very cool. There's apparently the Warhammer World's coming to DC, which I'm shocked. I'm legitimately shocked that shit's not going to be in California for some reason. Everything's in California. Ugh. But so no promises. This is no promises. I have been convinced to take a look at going to Vexpo in September. Now, I'm still looking at the logistics for that. Like apparently the flights are like $800, which is not as, I thought it was going to be worse for some reason. I thought it was going to be significantly worse. It's not great. It's not great, but it's not bad. So, oh, that's true actually. I'm probably not going to Offkai, to be honest. I don't know. So like, I'm kind of wanting to do Vexpo because I mean, sounds like fun, but also, I've always had aspirations of doing the gamers pilgrimage to G-dubs. You know the trip that everyone must make at least once. And it's like, I think it's like, I believe Expo's in Birmingham. I've been told if I say Birmingham, I'm going to be beaten with sticks. That's not something I've been told directly. It's just something that I've heard. If you say Birmingham, they do come directly for you. But yeah, but Birmingham and Nottingham, like I do, like I think they're like reasonably close. Like I mean, they're close enough. That's true. How you doing, Buri? How you doing? I put ham in there because it's delicious. Off the cuff, I want to assume that it's short for like a Hamlet kind of thing, but I also don't know. I'm just gonna say that, you know, there's a lot of cities in the U.S. that have names that are just whatever. Did you know that there's a Miami, Texas? Not Miami. There is a Miami, Texas. It is spelled Miami, but it is by the locals pronounced Miami. Like, places all over are just kind of like that, and like I don't question it anymore. You know, the world is a big, beautiful place. But yeah, I'm gonna maybe shoot for it. I think at this point, like, I'm realizing that there's a lot of things I want to do that I'm running into the usual that like money is gonna be a big thing. I need to get like, you know, new Howl like outfits coming out this year. So I gotta get that. The art's not too expensive on that. The rigging is going to be very tricky. The rigging's going to be tricky on that, and then you know, flights and hotels and, you know, maybe other medical stuff. So like, I do want to go. So I'm looking. I'm looking into things to see if that might happen. Need to look into external revenue sources. This city named Houston. That probably exists. The U.S. is such a big place that where you can really assume a lot of things about a lot of the U.S. and you wouldn't be like almost evil. You wouldn't even be like that wrong in some instances. Like we are a gigantic fuck off continent. Like it's a big place for you and me and everyone. But yeah, I think it'd be like, you know, go to, I forget if Expo is VTuber focused or if it's anime focused. It just happens to have a big VTuber presence. But it would be like, you know, go there and then go to Warhammer World and then like maybe go to like there's always VTuber focus. Oh, that's cool then. That'd be cool. That'll be that then I don't gotta do the Offkai thing. Do that. Put in my VTuber reps. Be like, hey guys, I came from America. I paint minis. And then but I think I'd be more coherent than that. But then afterwards, just go and try to maybe like hit up the like Nottingham does have a lot of like people that used to be G-dubs or kind of like places like Ramshackle Games that grew up from like people like G-dubs-esque people. So it's like pretty legit. So I don't know. I want to do. I also want to cosplay. I really, really, really want to cosplay. And I think I have an idea. I think I have a feasible idea for it. Let me show you what I got in mind. Let me show you what I got in mind. Let's see if I can. Yeah, let me get a reference pic. This is something you guys are all gonna know. Get a good picture of a lad. I have not. It feels weird. Like I know a lot of people. Well, actually, I think some VTubers cosplay themselves, and sometimes they don't. I don't know. But I'm a weirdo, and I would like to cosplay something with a mask. And I don't know how you doing. Also, Matthew, you're not that far off. I'm thinking of Trench Pilgrim. So hear me out. What would I need to do? The helmet that people make 3D printable Trench Pilgrim helmets. The shoulder plates aren't particularly crazy, and it would absolutely be like ridiculously hard to walk in. But Sam Lam Sensei, maybe. This is what's her name from Waka? I forget what her name is from Waka. It is Lily. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I think the plan is that I would like to, I'd like to keep the helmet on for as much as possible, but I think if I like took the helmet off, like you guys know those like it's like when they paint like deep dark circles under your eyes. Like I think something like that would kind of work. So yeah, so it's like, yeah, just give me. And the nice thing about Trench Pilgrims too is that they're inherently a chaotic faction. So I actually don't need to go exactly like that. I actually think it'd be fun to have a big club that just has like what's it called, zealot strength on the side. I thought that would be kind of a neat little thing. I'm going like really thin on this. Like I did not actively thin the paints; they just seem to kind of be separating a bit thinly. That's fine. It's whatever. I'm also gonna be using like blood effects and shit too. I don't need to be like too precise about this. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would also be part of Expo, if that would be a MagFest. Probably better. That'd probably be better as a MagFest thing, because I have never gone overseas, and I cannot imagine carrying around a Trench Pilgrim costume overseas would go good. I feel like there would be issues with that. Well, actually, no. I just want to have like a big. I want like a big fuck off. I did see a Doug Dimmadome cosplayer. I did see one. Something that I really enjoy about MagFest is like it's a very good convention, but something that I really, really enjoy is there's like a certain level of like nerd calcification that takes place at MagFest. I'm going to explain what that means because I sound crazy. Like, MagFest is a place where nerd stereotypes from like over a decade ago are still real and still active. Like, when I say I saw somebody with a Zelda t-shirt with cargo shorts, and like, everywhere else, that person online doesn't really exist. Like, that's not a thing that exists anymore. But they're at MagFest still. That person still exists at MagFest. It's like an exhibit for endangered nerd animals. It's great. What else did I got? But also like a lot of cosplays and stuff are very kind of like, of an older era too. So like there will always be a Doug Dimmadome. There's always going to be a couple of FMA people. The one thing that was really new were the Immas. There were so many Uma Musume cosplayers at Mag. There was enough Golshis at one point that they actively formed a pack that was like 4 deep. There's just 4 gold ships deep. How you doing, son? How you doing? I'm working on this lad, and it's turning out pretty. Getting like real obvious chunky base coats and stuff like that. Not doing anything except for training, indeed. I'm doing good. I'm back from MagFest. I'm like I said, I think I don't want to kick the nest or anything, but like I'm feeling pretty good. So could you repeat what your question was? Because I don't. Oh, there we go. What best work you start with? A practical team. the best working to start with. I mean, if you're just talking about measuring tapes, that should be fine. I'm not getting the question. Feel free to like repeat that or rephrase it or whatever. Yeah, that's kind of weird. I do find it really funny that G-dubs is like no onto AI, and like I would love to say that like, yeah, no, they're taking a creative stance and whatnot. I think what's actually going on is that like G-dubs is such a old-fashioned place that the people behind it haven't reached that stage of corporate greed where they think AI is going to help them out. So I think this is like the weird benefit for G-dubs being like a weirdly out of touch company is actually good. Because by not following trends of other companies, that they're not delving into AI bullshit, which is very, very funny to me. G-dubs is basically like somebody who decided to take a nap instead of getting on the plane for like 9/11, where it's like they really no action of their own. They just kind of bumbled their way in just to avoiding like a huge disaster. It's just really funny. Oh, best war game. Oh, there's so many options. I think Turnip 28's a really good one. It's the mini painting of that style is very forgiving. Basically, if you build a model for Turnip 28, it's useful in pretty much all different armies and stuff like that. Trench Crusade's really good. It's the tricky thing with recommending a specific war game. The tricky thing about recommending a specific war game is that arguably a lot of it comes down to what's available in your region. So like, I would love to say play XYZ war game, but if people in your region don't play it and you're not like, I do fully believe that like making your own scene is a very important part of wargaming, but if you're like brand new, that's going to be really hard to do. Like if you don't know what you're doing, it's not impossible. People still do it, but like, you know what I mean? What Kyo's saying? What's Kyo saying? But yeah, if you can find players, Trench Crusade and Turp 20 are both very, very good games. But otherwise, yeah, see what your local groups are into and just kind of go from there. Yeah, Battletech, if you don't mind like a clunky rulebook, that's also not a bad choice either. And like they're like Battletech, I think has some of the best like value for boxes, where it's like you buy one of the starter boxes and like you legitimately have an army for that. And depending on where you go online, that thing could be like sub $60. It's like I've never really super like I've always been on the verge of looking into BattleTech more seriously, but it just never happens. But like I think BattleTech is like pretty legit for that. Like 30% clone. Fair. But you know what I mean by that though. You know what I mean. Let's get a little bit of this and start painting. Oh yeah, this guy's got a backcloth. Okay, what color do I want to paint that? I did a quick airbrush of just like skin. Oh yeah, the Pope having a mech. Yeah. My Battletech knowledge comes entirely from like a couple Black Pants Legion, like very generic overviews. It's like, the setting overview of Mars Civil War and the Clan Exodus. And then also, I think what was it? It was the... You want me to represent agents? Hey, I mean, like, is that good? Like, do you want to do that? I'm gonna try drab brown with a little bit of dark ivory for like a cloak thing. Yeah, the thing is, I actually really like the like, I know some of the later errors for Battletech are kind of like considered stupid, but I like the logistics of that. It's about two counties over. So I would suggest that like, if you're playing with a group of your local buds, see what they might be interested in, or try to get them onto like Trench Crusade or Turnip. Otherwise, you might need to drive to that local store, no matter how far it is, and just see what is being played there. I think that will give you better results than anything I could like suggest. Okay. This is drab brown. Okay, I'm mixing drab brown with with some dark ivory to create like a base for the robe. And like a kind of like a very, very whitish color. Something like this. I'll use a little bit. Yeah, I can get a little bit on there. Something like that, and then I can just get like a smaller brush for the rest. Is the right size brusher on you? Yeah, this should be good. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, if you think it's gonna be like a bad time, definitely be like, hey, I just don't think this is gonna be like a good time for me. Yeah, like definitely duck out if you think it's gonna be miserable. I do think there's like a fun idea of being like the person in your region that plays the niche army though. I'm kind of one of the few people like near me to play Sultanate for Trench Crusade, and that's kind of neat. You got ads? Fuck ads. Pain, agony, even. All right, we're back from ad break. Yippee! Let's go. Oh god, what? I don't remember where I was saying, but basically it was like it's cool. It's cool that you're like known for playing a niche army because I just always think that idea is pretty rad. But yeah, if you're gonna have a bad time, definitely be like I don't know. I just don't think it's gonna be pretty good unless there's like I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like I don't know enough about agents. Like if would a theoretical like handicap help? Like if they just gave you some extra points or some objectives or like some data slate tweaks. Like I don't know what would make that like less of a miserable experience potentially. If it's going to be a bummer. There, getting there. Putting that. Ooh, let's go. I have I think once this guy's painted, I will have the entire court range to some degree. I still need to do. I keep talking about wanting to do like a full like I want to do an inventory on all the Trench Crusade minis I painted to see what needs to be painted. Like even including like weird niche one-off, like, oh yeah, you're playing like a variant and this produces a variant model for X army that's like slightly different. I was like, that might be cool to do. Okay, so you do like you do sort of like the militia thing. You would do like the militia sort of dealio. That wouldn't be too bad. Yep. How you doing, Dorado? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernot, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. And today I am working on a Desecrated Saint. So give me one quick sec. I need to take a really short aisle break. I will be RB. Sorry about that. I know you just came in, Raiden. RB. Whoa. How you doing, JC? Welcome. All right, I'm back. I'm not dead. I live. That's how you doing, Bellamy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I've returned. All right, yo, 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 yo. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? Hey, I have returned. See anything I missed? Let me get the Howdrake going. Ah. Oh yeah, I forgot I made the fucking Death Guard guy emote. I think I did that like right before I left because once again I just, you know, I will just do stuff. Let's see. There we go. He's so gross I love him. Thank you. I'm glad you like my guy. Unless you're talking about the guy you painted. There we go. Charlie, why you like this? Why you all like this? But yeah, there we go. And this is gonna be my Desecrated Saint in Trench Crusade, which I'm very excited about. All the cool factions. I mean, I think that's like, unfortunately, kind of just like a constant for war games. That like anytime somebody's pet faction is like inherently in like a thing where they could win or lose, like they'll get that little bit of a buff that makes them just like really, really aggravating. But then I guess BattleTech has been going on for so long that like probably stuff like that. The geek smell so okay, so it's been a while since I seen that. If I remember the idea, it's like more or less that like geeks are the people who create the art and the culture. The mops are the people that are there that because they think it's cool, and they tend to be the ones with the disposable money. And the sociopaths are the ones who take advantage of the culture and try to basically use the mops with their money by sort of like catering things to them and changing things around and eventually alienating the geeks out of everything. Oh, strong opinion. Do I have opinions on that? I don't know. It is something like not necessarily adjacent to that. I mean, I don't know. The fact that it has like a funky little series of terms is just like an inherent nerd thing. That just tends to happen a lot with any sort of art in general, though. where it's like the sort of balance point between having like a good time, art culture, whatever, and then like the necessity to make money. And some people will do that by any means. It's just kind of a thing. I don't see it mentioned much anymore though, like that particular theory. I think it's definitely more of like if you're like older on the internet, you kind of know that, because like I've been aware of that forever. I don't know. But yeah, it's like I don't think it's necessarily wrong per se, but there's something about the way that's just kind of inherently codified that I'm just kind of, I'm used to people bringing it up for like basically like all the time for whatever. How you doing, Says? Like, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So I've grown a little soured on it over the years. But yeah, I don't know. But the closest I think seen to that for like even like VTuber specific spaces, usually the thing I will notice is that there's every now and then we'll get a kind of like VTubing wide sort of inherent just like Twitter bitch thing about like the nature of kayfabe. And as somebody who does a lot of tabletop RPGs, I find that significantly more interesting because there's like so much interesting nuance to that question. And like just the way that like the very mechanisms of our society kind of lead into that. Oh, this is a Desecrated Saint for Trench Crusade. It is somebody who in a different lifetime would have grown up to be like a I don't think it's like a full prophet, but it is like a saint. Like someone would have become like the Trench Crusade's equivalent of like a Catholic saint, but at some point we're sort of just like strayed from the path, and because of that, there's sort of like inherent destiny potential kind of creates like an unholy super demon thing out of it. I was gonna move Kagi, and there we go. But yeah, for like usually when people bring up like the kayfabe stuff, the interesting thing, it's always like, let's see, what's for context. So I actually don't know if it's kayfabe or kafabe or whatever. It's one of those words that like I feel like I've heard it pronounced maybe like once IRL, and this is never again. But it's sort of that inherent balance of like how much of a character you are playing and how much of like a person you are. Because like some people, like especially because like some people get like really, really jealous if like a VTuber they're watching talks about like friends and stuff like that. Going to get into the odd ones because they're so bored. Kayfabe. There we go. Kayfabe. I think it's Fabe. There we go. Internet large is consuming niche hobbies at an alarming rate to the point where we're starting to get into the odd ones. I'm actually going to argue against that. Because in my experience, it's the opposite, is that we live in a society, which every time I say that, I sound, it's stupid. But like, I think instead what is happening is that like, let's see, what's it called? Fabe? What are you talking about? What are you talking about, 14? Well, basically, I think it's actually like we both live in a very interesting time for niche hobbies. There's so many niche hobbies. There's communities for them. Friend. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So some people legitimately do get like that. The idea that like, I hung out with like, as far as I can tell, none of you are actively like seething with rage when I'm like, yeah, I went to Bagfest and hung out with people I knew. Like, I think that's a reasonable thing to do. I think you're allowed to hang out with people, but like some people do get pissed about that. I think more likely what's happening is that we kind of have like a double dichotomy thing where it's like niche hobbies get buried because a lot of times niche hobbies are not very friendly to the algorithm. We have like pretty much never-ending free, cheap, easy. Like, have you guys ever heard the idea of like frictionless entertainment, where it's like, hey, how like let's say you have a cell phone and you want to kill like an hour. If you just go to Twitter's For You and just scroll forever, like, well, a lot of it be garbage, yeah, but it is like algorithmically curated garbage to make sure that you are going to be like entertained forever. You got that, and then like anything that tends to get like outside the social norms gets like heavily punished. I don't think people are like chewing through niche hobbies because they're bored. I think the opposite. I think we live in an age of like infinite entertainment for nothing, that like niche hobbies require you to really go out of your way to do that. And I think there's like different representations of how this is going on. Let's say like this is actually like, I find Warhammer specifically to be a very interesting cultural barometer, right? And I don't mean this as like a left or right or like woke or trad, whatever. I don't mean it like that kind of thing. Those are all stupid arguments. Like that's just the usual internet dick fight. That's just kind of like wrapped up in Warhammer terminology. I mean that like Warhammer as a game is heavily influenced by the mechanisms that produce online entertainment in our society. So you're gonna be like, yeah, it's just kind of inherent. Like it's just like a cloth around. I'm also gonna paint this more white, so it's gonna be a bit different. Where am I going with this? Okay, so yeah, let's say this. This is also interesting with the idea about like what war game you should start with, right? A lot of no. Okay, how you doing, Vtuber? How you doing? I'm getting into the mechanisms of society and how they affect warhams. All right, hear me out on this. What is the benefit for spending $60 on a pack of like? Okay, right now there is a pack you can get online at the Warhammer store that is $100. It contains the 2 Marines from Space Marine 2 and a bunch of people that you just put in a big old fucking unit. What's some Clafcraft? Hey, let's go. Yeah, there are definitely there definitely are people online who are very performative about like stuff. So what's really funny, look at nostalgia blogs and to be like, man, I fucking miss like the 90s, and they'll have like a PSP somewhere in there. And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? But is it a good value? It's in game terms, you add 20 extra wounds to a thing, but that's just kind of a bigger example of like, the real cost of Warhammer just sounds like a fucking like PSA that I'm talking about. Like don't smoke cigarettes, because the real cost of Warhammer is lung cancer. No, you pay for playing the most common game. You pay for a game that if you're going to basically any LGS in the entire, like basically the entire world outside of ones, they're heavily catered to like historicals. You're going to find a game of Warhammer 40K, but you're going to get a very specific form of 40K. You're going to get ones with pre-made ruins. You're going to get only 10th edition. You're going to get the latest errata. You're very rarely going to get like a Crusade game or something like that. Every time you deviate from vanilla tournament standard 10th edition rules, that's another degree of separation from the convenience that is just Warhammer 40K. And let's say you want to be wild. Let's say, you like 9th edition. 9th edition was good to you towards the end when they released all the extra source books that added all the features. Vashtor, I believe, got added at the end of 9th edition. Engine War stuff. You're like, ooh, I like that. Exactly. Top. I'll begin that later. But you're right. You're on the money. That is no longer Warhammer. That sounds insane because objectively on paper it's Warhammer, but it is no longer the easy, convenient Warhammer that you could expect everywhere. Now imagine going deeper. Now imagine you do like 7th edition, or imagine you do like Horus Heresy, or imagine you do a different war game. Every little degree of separation from what is most convenient gets met with more and more resistance. That's true about D&D 5th edition. That's true about finding movies and about music. Like I'm not gonna go like Ted Kaczynski, because that guy is also a fucking idiot. Like, I can't take Ted Kaczynski legitimately because he got fucking money from his parents when he lived in a shack. Like, he's not even a true In the Woods person. He wrote a manifesto on his parents' dime. Like, fuck off. I know you got MK Ultra and you were really smart, and that's a shame, but like, come on. Come on, dude. You had a stipend. But anyway. Like 50 facts I just written down. Yeah, I mean, go for it. But yeah, I mean, like, it's... You're missing content cursor printed like war. Oh, that already exists. Like, there are definitely people that like do like Warhammer content, they don't give a shit. They don't really give a shit. I'm not going to do that thing that's like everybody. I'm not going to do that thing that like this does get levied at women sometimes, the idea that like none of them are actually like legitimately into it. I don't think that's true, but I would also lie if I would say that like there aren't like VTubers who like every now and then will try to pick up Warhammer as like a content strategy, because for some people the idea that liking Warhammer makes you based and they'll give you money. But that's like a whole separate thing, and that's honestly not that big of a deal in the end of things. But really, it's more going to the idea of like what war game you want to play, and also like like what war game you want to play, how much effort you're going to put in anything. It's time for puns. Okay, I knew they were coming. The Bricky generation. Some of them are like, I think that there's an implication that I should be mad at Bricky because he's making things palpable for casuals. I don't know if I believe that 100%. I just believe that there are people out there that pretend to be more into Warhammer because it does effectively pad a resume. But that's not like a big dealio. Game tomorrow, so forth. Oh, great. Oh, that's so sad. There's a terrain at my LGS that is just like Imperial Fists, but it is like, they didn't texture it. It's just clearly foam. It's just clearly like styrofoam that's been like spray painted yellow with like a fist logo put onto it. It's like, the thing is like, okay, I don't like gray terrain, but when you do it like that, it doesn't look like this is an Imperial Fist bunker. It looks like we're fucking playing at the Imperial Fist laser tag arena. Used a crossbow, then paddled himself across the river. He became known as a rowboat. I did it for. Oh yeah, some people do the whole complexity equals like, you know, like big thing. But yeah, Fuber, as far as the ideas, if there's like 15 factions, there might be something better to talk about in Discord where it can be like and put into a more digestible thing. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like, and this is not necessarily Bricky's fault. The Bricky plays the game, and he paints his models. So it's not like he's even like false either. It's just that like I don't think he's the biggest on ramp for painting advice, and that's why you should send him to twitch.tv/opera. No, but for real, we're getting like 2 or 3 different things crossed over. Basically, what I'm saying is that like, I think niche hobbies, if anything, are in danger because we live in a society where easy, frictionless entertainment exists. And it's so much easier for like war games just to play. It's easier to play the newest edition of 40K, and when it starts like not matching what you want, it's so much easier to bitch than to do anything else. You know, yelling on Twitter or just like bitching and moaning, like that's easy to do. That's easy. That's super easy to do because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't require any effort. It doesn't imagine like I help run local games. I've helped run turnip events. I'm not actively running this Trench Crusade campaign that I'm going to be in, but I'm going to try to like provide bits and paints and stuff like that. I do try to get like local scene stuff working because I do know that you do got to put the effort in to get what you want out of our hobby. It's just how it is, you know? Yeah. Oh yeah, sure, 14. I like, that's also why, like, the gatekeeping is always just going to be a weird thing forever. I do believe firmly that there are people, like, you know, there are people that just show up to a hobby and try to take it over. For instance, Arc Warhammer tried to do that with Trench Crusade, and he got really upset when that didn't pan out. But, like, by the same token, I do think that, like, vetting and onboarding is important. Like, you want to, you know, I think all social hobbies have inherent vibe checks. And once somebody's in, like, you do need to give them a push, I think. You do need to give them a push, you know? Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, cost is always going to be a bit, like, some cost is very real. It's super real, and like I don't even blame people on that one. You know, money, like, especially like now that I'm like, what's the best way to say this? I am like fully. Let's go. Wait, weren't you talking previously about like Scarecrow Twinks the other day? Is this leading into something? I'm just giving you shit though. But like, where am I going with this? like money is important, but I also do believe that people have convinced themselves that like a second war game that's like, I legitimately, like, I'm okay with people playing their Warhammer models for Trench Crusade and like Turnip. Like, legitimately do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do, you know? Yeah. Or even like there's alternative war games that you can use your G-dubs menus. Like one-page rules is pretty solid. You got like Xenotactics, stuff like that. Stargrave is the thing you could play. Like there are the Doomed, which is like a cooperative monster hunting game that primarily uses 40k minis. They don't explicitly say that. Test. Yo. You have less scarecrows. Like, I don't know. I'm sure somebody has made spicy scarecrow. Oh no, there was like I keep forgetting there's a series of Wicked movies out there, and I think the Scarecrow guy is in there. I think he's like a very conventionally attractive actor, from what I remember. I have to imagine that there's some people on there who's feeling all ooh about the Scarecrow man from that movie. Oh yeah. Like it's like, I don't know. This is what I'm talking about. I find this interesting. I think about this stuff sometimes. Where it's like so many things are intertwined with like war games and Warhammer and playing stuff. So it's like imagine if the economy was better. If the economy was better, do you think people would be more willing to pick up war games? Or but would that also lead to like smaller creatives making their own war games? Like, you know, stuff like that. Or like how much like here's an interesting knock-on effect. That like, I don't think this is true for everybody who does Warhammer stuff. But like, imagine people like, you know, like, okay, think about people who do like Warhammer, like, yeah, I know, I'm saying, okay, but here's another example. Like, what's it called? A woman falls in love with sex with the Scarecrow. That feels legit. Oh, okay, here's my thing. You know people who do mini painting on YouTube? Have you noticed that a lot of them are like very PG? Like never swear, don't really do anything controversial and stuff like that. And like on one hand, you would be like, oh, they're just like nice people. And like there's nothing inherently wrong with being like that. But there is like an interesting knock-on effect when you realize that G-Dubs does send product to people. Like if you behave well, and are like doing well, Games Workshop will send you minis, and they'll send you minis early for free. And like that's like, especially if YouTube is your primary form of income, that is super important. That's super fucking important because you guys know I think I've actually I'm beginning to believe that I actually paint minis at a pretty decent pace. Well, I mean, part of it's an advertising thing, but it's like, hey, so like, what's the newest minis that G-Dubs released? Okay, the Victrix Guard. I think maybe that. The Victrix Guard. They are character Ultramarines. They are an Ultramarines unique unit, basically like Wolf Guard or whatever. Imagine you got one of those. You got one of those. Maybe like a month before they came out, like before that kit officially came out. And what that means is that you have a month to paint them. And you have a month to not only paint them, you have a month to do painting guides for them. And that's huge. Especially if your content is primarily about like, like painting. Like it's like how to do like I don't know, how to paint blue that you just do on a random Tuesday doesn't mean as much as how to paint Victrix Guard. How to paint Victrix Guard Grim Dark. How to paint Victrix Guard with Slap Chop. How to kit bash other pieces. How to turn 6 Victrix Guard to 10 Victrix Guard. How you doing, Pride? How you doing? Yeah. How you doing? I'm talking about the logistics of stuff. Well, no, the thing is, I actually do believe that G-Dubs does care about free advertising. I just think, once again, when it goes back to the AI thing, I think Games Workshop is very old-fashioned, and for the AI thing, that was a benefit, because they're like, I don't know if I trust them thinking machines. I think that was a benefit for us. First, you a cat. Also, let me. You guys can see my ears. There we go. How you doing, Sola? How you doing? No, there are layers to content creation. It's fucking buck wild. Oh yeah, you should have done that last night. Yeah, I think it's a copyright thing. It's whatever. Like, but basically, it's just the idea that, like, there are so many ripple effects. Primary paint, got a color selection question. I primarily use Vallejo paints, and then I supplement that with Pro Acryl. And a couple of army painters. I've been moving away with army painter paints because they reactivate when I use them with mineral spirits, and I don't like that. I'm just saying 14 skill shoe. Get a bit more red on this. But like it's but I think they're like, the thing is, there are like this, like, you know, we could speculate for years for why G-Dubs was so weirdly protective about their copyright in some instances. I think like a lot of the Games Workshop mindset that's modern day, I believe a lot of this goes back to the Chapter House lawsuit. I think most things can be traced back to that, and then like the kind of the ripples of that. I think the ripples of that fuck Games Workshop up. I think the ripples of that fucked them up like real bad, and like we will never get over the ramifications of the Chapter House lawsuit. You know? I mean, I could do that. It's been a while since I looked at the details, but the from what I understand, the long and the short is that Games Workshop had models in the codex that they did not have. Like, you know, they'd be like, oh, this is like a Dark Eldar character, with the idea, but we're not going to make a model. Like, you know, we trust you. You can create your own. You can make your own. And for a lot of people, that was cool. But then third-party companies would be, well, you know, if you're not going to make X and Y guy, we'll make them. And then, you know, that got into the weird territory, and they did not like that. They did not like that idea very much. I'm also like slowly adding some like red to the edges of this. Yeah, like I think it was like a couple of named characters, some Maiatic spores and stuff like that. And that is why, like, over the years, that like anytime they provide an option that they don't sell, they will remove that option. Like Horus Heresy gets models removed from its line all the time because they just don't have a kit for it. Even though for a while it was kind of like, hey, this is like the last bastion of like kit bashers and stuff, really. But it's like, you know. So I think after that, certain elements of their copyright became way more important for them to enforce, stuff like that. But yeah. I mean, I have ideas for doing, like, something that I think about is that, like, I don't think I ever want to do pure tutorials. Like, I know the Chaos Meatball is kind of a pure tutorial, and I've been, like, you know, working on scripts and figuring out what the fuck I want to do. I want, like, I think there's a halfway point between a video essay and a painting thing that can be achieved. That sounds insane, so I need you to hear me out. I will explain. So, like, I think a lot of times people will just do a painting tutorial just to do it. Or, like, you know, they'll do it because, like I said, there's financial incentive because, like, there's a new model that's out. I would really, no, because they, like, here's my thought. I'm comfortable with my painting skill. I am absolutely nothing special in the realm of tutorials. In the realm of tutorials, there are a million other people who, like, you know, they sit around and they make classes for this kind of thing. They make classes. Their entire thing is doing, like, technical tutorials. And I think that's cool. And I just don't think that's the way I see myself going forward. But there are people who do things that are, like, explaining, like, why they're doing something or the logic behind it, or doing, like, a fun kit bash idea. Yeah. 13. Number 13. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad everybody did like the last video. I'm just thinking ideas of how to evolve that idea that the last video did further. How you doing, Paolo? How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? Oh yeah, it's supposed to have that kind of like, this is like a weird creature emerging from a frame, from a shell. It looks like it's going pretty good so far. Yeah. No, I can't do sculpting my own minis, but like, you know, so it's like, I have ideas. I need to sit down and, the thing is, I do kind of want to learn how to sculpt my own minis. I think learning, I think learning how to do Blender would actually be very beneficial to me as a VTuber. Yeah, more like Trent, yeah. Is that guy right? This guy, no, he's not doing great. I actually really look up to Trent, like Trent and MS Paints as people who do, or even Peachy. Peachy is just like, hey, I really like Sharp, so I'm going to show everybody how to play Sharp, and like how to play Sharp in Silver Bayonet. I've actually never seen Sharp. It's just not like a thing that was ever in the US in the areas I grew up in. But I appreciate his love for Sharp, you know? Like, I think there's a niche there. And I think like, if I got good at Blender, I could not only like do mini things, I could also do VTuber things. So, but also like, you know, Blender is a whole ass skill set, and I don't know it. I don't know how to do that. Fabrication machine of 9. Hey, let's go. Nice. Yeah, I think sometimes this is my downside, and I'm a hypocrite. Like I on one hand, like I was talking with someone of like a friend of mine who's like, he's a very creative person, but he also gets stuck really easy with like overthinking. And like, it's easy to overthink and like, you know, like doubt yourself and like get into the logistics of stuff, get a little too hard. And like, I try to give him advice, and I think the advice I give him is good, but it's also like, I'm a hypocrite because it's hard for me to apply my advice. It's hard. Stuff like that be hard, yo. Be an astro. I could do anything, you know. I'm 35 years young. Stuff like that. Not battle reports. Hey, let's go. But the thing is, like, it's not even do as I say, not as I do. It's like, I want to do the things I say. And I actually been, like, getting better. I'm not going to say, like, I'm, like, falling in totally to being a hypocrite. I am improving myself. Also, like, I've been, like, this is also a lot of good exercise, too. Guys, I've been hooked on a game that I was introduced to on MagFest. And it's called Pikmin Bloom. It is basically Pokemon Go, but it's Pikmin. And instead of just looking for Pokemon to grind up into paste, you walk. It's a game that tricks you into walking, and I kind of really enjoy it. It's kind of really fun. Not Bodega, but I have seen Bodega on there. It was Zia. Zia got me on there. Zia, the normal girl VTuber Zia. You come to the right place. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I do, yeah. Spec support, but over the sink, dish, drains, and back support. No, it's like I'm actually like, so I could use more exercise. I'm relatively like not doing too bad, but yeah, definitely need to like energy management and stuff like that, you know, for sure. Well, I think it's part of her bit, because like a lot of VTubers are like, you know, like angels and demons and kitsune and whatever. But so the idea is just like, I'm just a normal girl. Like nothing special. Not even like a fucking like a Suzuhara Lulu, where it's like, I'm just an art student and she's clearly some like extra dimensional horrific deity or whatever, an entity. She's just genuinely just like, yeah, just like a lady. Just a lady doing lady things. This is looking pretty legit. Oh fuck, I think I'm scratching some of the paint off this though. Yeah, I can just kind of brush that up. See, humans. I haven't played Metaphor, but like it would be funny if humans were just kind of like what are you guys in this game? We're just normal. We're just regular people. It's cool. Nothing too bananas. I think I also missed something directly before that. Let me double check. Yeah, Yeah, I do be collecting those flowers. Use some music to get people. Oh, go! Oh my God, Jay, fuck off. Like I went to look up because for some reason I was like, I feel like I missed like a genuine message, and I saw that. I was like, oh. I also know at some point I will glue him to the base. Oh yeah, I gotta get your hair, buddy. Kind of want to do like a dirty blonde almost. Oh, I got some yellows. Hold on. You did warn me. You're not wrong, but still, fuck off. Got a golden brown. This will be a good start. Oh, there we go. Aussie girl fell to the back rooms. Oh wait, I think I saw her on YouTube. She had like a little bit where she's talking about like there being a laundromat in the back rooms. That's also something I'm realized I want to do. I think I've been wanting to do like a proper like vibe audit for a while, kind of really get into that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know anything she does content wise, but she's got like a nice voice. So no, that's legit. For that part, which made me very happy. Hey, let's go. Where to be? Probably Share Zone. Share Zone would probably be the best place. Not like a Google survey. The way I see it, like I'm like this even goes back to the kayfabe idea I was talking about earlier. I don't think kayfabe is that important for VTubers. I think the big thing is a combination of effort and selling a mood, if that makes any sense. So like I don't think, because like I think a lot of people are more into the idea that they like kayfabe, but they actually don't. This is gonna sound weird, more than like you don't actually like what you think you like. Yeah. Where it's like it's basically the idea of you want to create an experience that like you can't go to other people and find it, which is like the idea that like what are you like a mat, like, you know, I think I do got a mood, but I think I could strengthen like the visual aspect of that a lot more. Like I could really bring some like overlays and like my panels and then some other stuff. Like I've been sketching some things. Like I want to do more mixed media. I want to do like I want to do like basically like kind of do Machina style scans of like models and stuff from like my background. Like I want to build like my talking and like my waiting screen and stuff like that. Like I want to create like a vibe. Like I talk about it every now and then, but there was the limbo state that exists of Picky Channel. I think Picky Channel and Alice Sawyer are some of the goats when it comes to this. They both have incredibly like an incredibly strong like mood and vibe behind them. I think I'm going to use Alice Sawyer as like especially like right now, where it's like she has like really like interesting looking kind of like graphics, and she's really got that like serial killer kind of vibes to it, stuff like that. So it's like it's a thing. It's definitely a thing. Keppelquap the gnome. Oh God, was that? I feel like that's a thing I said, and I like you guys sometimes remember stuff that I do not, and I'm like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, no, I say words. I actually interjected once, like when I couldn't get to that one panel on Magfest, I was so angry I was gonna piss blood, and that cracked everyone the fuck up to the point people kept bringing it up. I was like, I just forget that I say shit sometimes, you know? Well, the thing is, like, I would argue that Corpo VTubers don't have the kayfabe that down either. Like, I think, like, when I think of kayfabe, I think Luna is probably the best, where she basically just always sounds like herself and always has got that kind of vibe to her. But, like, a lot of people kind of, I think, I remember Pekla at one point was, like, considered to have a really strong kayfabe. But she talks about, like, her life and going to Disney World and such. I think to a certain degree, there are some people that are really focused on the idea of kayfabe that mostly exists in their head. And they mostly just don't like I think it's really just a defense because they don't like hearing. I think it's just kind of a way to cope with the trend of people who really get into a VTuber for GFE stuff, find out that they have a boyfriend, and then they freak out. It seems to generally lead down that path more or less based on my experience. Like that seems to be the unifying factor. Where it's like that's what the kayfabe for is there, or if it's like there also are some people that get legitimately upset when VTubers go to conventions. I can kind of get it because FOMO is a bitch. FOMO is a bitch even if you're like even if you're feeling logical about it, it can still suck, you know. It sucks to feel left out of things. But some people take that suckage into just to being mean. Get a boyfriend. You nerds fucking wish. You nerds fucking wish. But like, I don't know. Like legitimately, if I was dating something, the reason I can't make like a judgment call on that is because like I would need to, you know, it's a two-way street. I need to make sure that the person I'm dating also wants to be known, like. And like, cause like there are plenty of like married, like I think like what's his name? Cabal. I think like Cabal's very open about having a wife or a girlfriend, some sort of long-term partner situation. And like that's, you know, I don't think people give him shit about that. I'm dating something because me and this just like weird box I found at MagFest. We're dating now. But like, no, I'm like. I can't say that I would necessarily say anything. I'm not like, if the other person was cool for it, I wouldn't mind. It always gets kind of weird too, where it's like, I do know that inherently the reason people keep that a secret is because, you know, it sucks when your numbers go down. It genuinely does. It does suck when your numbers go down. And for sometimes if you're like, yeah, no, I'm dating someone. I also do think dudes get it easier. Like, I'm gonna say this in a way that's not mean. I know a lot of you want to fuck me, and that's fine. This is not me being conceited. I just see the way you nerds act. But a lot of times for males, that's not as big of a deal. Where it's like that's not them. Like, you know, there's other reasons to enjoy them. And I'm not saying that like female VTubers are only for sexual reasons. I'm just saying that there are brands of viewers that only get into them for sexual reasons. Listen, I see the way you nerds act. Listen, I know. I'm aware. Yeah, and if anything, I think it legitimately sometimes this stuff does really suck for being a female VTuber where you're just like, yeah, I just want to like chill and do my own thing, but then people online just like imprint stuff on you, and it's like, oh, okay, not gross enough. Yay! Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. I think for the most part, you guys are all pretty respectable, and I don't feel weird about anything, which is good, because if I feel weird, I'll throw you to space, go to drill. You totally should. Bright's done really, really good elf art in a while. Not weird with everyone else. I know, I mean, you've started dates being weird, and it's worked out. I think that's good. I don't know that whole like what date should you start being weird on? I feel like it needs to be one because you need to weed out the weak. Well, thank you for the hydrate stretch. There we go. Hey, I appreciate it. Oh shit, it's the same person. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. I also will say something that I find funny is I do think a lot of you are married or in relationships, not universally. I do think compared to a lot of other VTubers, I feel like the average halbud seems to be in a romantic situation more than I've seen other people's chats. And honestly, I kind of dig it. I kind of think it's fun, you know? Do you like dinosaurs? Listen, there are people that are like really, really, really into dinosaurs, male, female, whatever you want. They got everything in between. There are dinosaur people. Dinosaur people like really, really exist. I believe in all of you. I genuinely want all of you to be happy. I want everyone to be happy and have themselves a good time and find someone who cares about them for them. I genuinely want that for everyone, you know? Oh, 100%. Yeah. you know, I'm on the internet. I get weirdos. Weirdos show up. I find that the most weirdos I get are for people that like, hey, you'll never pass, bye. I'm like, you're a very silly person. You're a very silly person online. But like, I think the fact that I do primarily do neckbeard hobbies does help a lot. I'm not streaming like fucking Minecraft or Roblox or some shit. I don't have to deal with children. It's great. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, minis do require a stable job, mind you. I'll never own a house, very likely, but I don't... Years ago, I would have joked like, haha, I'll never own a house because I paint minis, but I just don't think anyone's going to own a house. I think house ownership is going to be a fucking pipe dream for everyone in my age bracket. So it's like, well, I guess I might as well do it. Ironically, my driving habits are really, really good. Oh yeah, because like there's a, like... So what's really funny, in college, I let my driver's license lapse because I couldn't bring my car with me and I just forgot to get it renewed. So I was in a really interesting spot for many, many years where the issue was like, okay, I would like to get my driver's license. You need a car. I would like to get a car. You need your driver's license. And I eventually found like one guy who would do like, was like, you know, he could legally give driving courses and stuff like that. So I found this dude and I showed up and he had his car. And he's like, okay, just like the very first day of class is like, okay, I don't know what your experience with driving is. So I want you just to like, you know, drive. I'll tell you like, you know, go over here, park, parallel park, turn left, turn right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? And it was really funny because like I did perfect to the point where he's like, oh, you're slowing down in front of a railroad crossing. I'm like, yeah, you're supposed to do that. And then the little railroad crossing things just closed and we didn't even hear the train. And then the train came and the guy was like, hell, you did such a good job. I'm just going to pass you. I'm just going to pass you immediately. I don't need to teach you anything. So I'm like a good driver. I'm a good driver who's been in many accidents through no fault of my own, which makes me feel like insane, but like true. Like when I've gotten into accidents, it's because I swerved because somebody decided to merge lanes without signaling or looking out for other people. I got hit by a car when I was walking, and then somebody ran a red light and T-boned my car. I didn't cause any of those accidents. I just happened to be near a vehicle when they happened. But otherwise, I'm a good driver. Like, my insurance didn't go up. Like, that last wreck happened when I had a car and was insured. I didn't get any bump to my premium for that because it was like, I will say, people, like, the insurance industry is a bunch of money-grubbing leeches. However, nothing, like, you know, if they're on your side and you're like, hey, I have evidence from the police that they went over the speed limit by 10 miles per hour, stuff that's not usually fine. But if you give them to that, like, I don't know if anyone has ever heard the sound of a boner through a phone, but when I told my insurance person that, I could hear it. It didn't even need to be a true sound. Like, I knew. I knew. The bloodlust was real. How you doing out there? How you doing? Tractor, forklift, and the semi truck. I mean, yeah, because like the thing is, like, if you're driving like a forklift, usually it's just you and stuff. Like if you're taking it slow, I don't feel like I mean, I'm sure there's easily ways you could like fuck up everything with a forklift. But I feel like if you're taking it slow and steady, it's not too bad, you know? Oh yeah, I keep hearing Cinderella Grey's pretty legit. I've heard that's like a very solid horse show, you know? Yeah, it do be showing indeed. Schwang. Yeah, briefly missed a bit. Hold on, what was that? You only own standard manual car, so I learned the hard way. Oh god, yeah. I still don't know how to drive stick, but it's like, it's not something that comes up super. Like, if I need to learn stick, I can learn stick. I don't think it's gonna be a big deal, but like, you know, I don't need to, so I haven't. It'll be like that. Yeah, the police report was very much, because, like, here's the thing. I got T-boned. Charlie, please. I know how you nerds work. I can feel, listen, I can feel the smile. I know what you're doing. fucking dork, I swear. There we go. Actually, look at the lights turned out pretty legit. Look at you, lad. Look at you. Being a hideous, gross creature. Yippee! So yeah, okay. So yeah, I got like very basic how to learn to drive when I was in high school. It was like very weird because like for the longest time I just lived with just my uncle, and like he was all right with like driving and stuff like that, but it's like I think I basically stopped actively being like raised by like 13. Like I think that tracks. I think that basically tracks. Like on paper, it's legitimately kind of wild that I am like as put together as I am. Cause like I really have been I definitely got like a slow start in life and everything too. Like I definitely did not like have steady employment till I was like in my late 20s. But eventually things worked out. I'm just kind of doing like I'm just hitting my going to convention era in my mid 30s, and I fucking love it. I wouldn't change it. But there's also people who've been doing that shit since they were in their like 20s. I'm like, oh, must be nice. Must be nice. AM or FM like radio? Nonde. Checks notes Charlie from the steamer. Like Charlie from the stream, like Penguin Zero Charlie? Nonde. Oh, it really is. Yeah. It's like I said, it was I had to crawl my way kicking and screaming out of my hickey neat stage. Once I crawled out of the hickey neat hole, I was able to like become a person truly, and I still miss it sometimes, but like, you know, it's good. It's nice. Oh yeah, like I can like make my own doctor's appointments and like schedule things, and like I don't mind stuff like that. Like it's like because I have to. I can't forever, you know. Oh, speaking about that, cocoons. I did get some video games at MagFest. Well, technically, so there's a retro store that's nearby MagFest. Buying shit at MagFest, it's not like a lot of shit at MagFest is overpriced. Especially like used. God, I'm somebody who loves to buy T-shirts. Like every T-shirt at Mag this year was like $50, and like I like T-shirts. I don't like T-shirts $50 worth. If that makes any sense. That's a bit much for me. That's a bit much for yield budget. Do them. If you have an appointment you do it. I believe in you. You got this. Oh, the Rainbow Sloth Girl. She's from Waka. It's a game I like. It's a rhythm game I like. She's the character I play. Well, it's actually weird. She's not really a character I play. Play. She's not a character I play. She's just sort of there in menus, really. She's just doing like menu stuff. Yeah, God, also like every like used RPG is like $1 million. It sucks. It sucks. I think the only reason Disgaea isn't ungodly expensive these days is just because like Steam versions came out like at a reasonable time. Here, let's get your raised shits. You got like a. And this, so like this is the next stage in sort of like the Vallejo like skin triangle thing. I'm hoping this will blend a bit smoother. We'll find out. Skin is still something that I need to definitely get better at, for sure. Emote you put over. No, there's no. So okay, let me remove the trench poker. Like I said, I do want to cosplay a trench poker. Yeah, I almost picked that up, but like I already own Disgaea. I basically own every Nippon Ichi game, other than I did miss out on Soul Eater. What's it called? Yeah, imagine paying bills. Yeah, no more. Yeah, I could do like 30. I could do like 30 for a t-shirt. 30, 35. But it was like all like $50 t-shirts. I'm like, I'm good. Oh yeah, I never did pick up my MagFest t-shirt. So MagFest tickets sold out super early though, so they're like, all right, we have like you ordered the t-shirt bundle. You will receive one shirt. We only have women's small. I'm like, I'm not a women's small. So it's fine. It's fine. So it's like, that's fine. I'll maybe I don't need a MagFest shirt, but it would have been nice. I'll just try to order a ticket earlier next year. That way I can try to lock down a t-shirt early. Oh, but when I went to that retro game store, they did have used video games that were like at a decent price. Fuck, we got ad break. And just continue to get inside. Like he's got like so many little rib areas. Like it's like I can, depending on the way the light hits, I can see some of his little riblets. There we go. All right, how you doing, Skyfire? How you doing? The new Phantom Brave? Oh God, no. So here's the thing. I am somebody that likes Nipponichi games. I like a long, grindy RPG, but like I don't live a life where that thing is feasible to play anymore. Like, even like this isn't even something I can blame on being a VTuber, because even prior to being a VTuber, I sort of stopped playing those. I just don't really have the time for them like I used to. Like they are very good games if you are a NEET. If you have infinite free time, grinding forever to try to kill Ball is, you know, you can do worse things with your time at the end of the day. Cover. There we go. Let me get, and I can just get the side. I'm waiting. But yeah, I have PNG. It's a very good sloth. It's a very I don't know if there's a lore to that. Oh God, yeah. I the thing is, it's so like even my urge to grind on games isn't not quite diminished. Like I like during my break prior to MagFest, like during winter, I did play a shitload of Power Wash Sim, and a lot of that is just kind of like mindlessly grinding. You know, it's not like you're like hitting like, you know, it's not like you're like leveling up for a while, but you are just kind of doing repetitive tasks just to see number go up. And I still do. There is like an inherent serotonin tick that happens when I do that. But yeah, I can't really do that. I can't really do that anymore. Yeah, Cookie Clicker I used to play. But yeah, I think it's also why I've been enjoying Pikmin Bloom, because I can take walking and I can fucking like weaponize that with big number. I do like when number go up in video game. Oh shit, he's got a collar. A little metal collar. Is that gonna be? Yeah, I think there's gonna be angles where this is visible. I'm gonna take care of this now. But yeah, the other game I got, anyway, it's like 3 tangents deep. I got some video games from going to MagFest, not necessarily at MagFest. One of them, I don't have an Xbox, but there's ways to play it. Magic Battlegrounds, which is a like weird Magic the Gathering arena fighter for the Xbox. But I also got Jade Cocoon 2. I really like Jade Cocoon. It's a really cool monster raising game. And I haven't played it in many years. Like, I don't think I've really sat and done a whole JRPG from start to finish on stream. I might do that with Jade Cocoon. Like, I'm kind of realizing that, like, sometimes I am just stifling what I want to do because of number reason. And I gotta stop doing that. If I really want to play a fucking JRPG, like, I'm not going to play, like, you know, I'm not going to do, like, Final Fantasy 14 on stream or anything, but, like, you know. I also think Jade Cocoon is a genuinely very pretty game. It's a monster raising sim. It's kind of, like, in, like, a sort of, like, I don't know what kind of indigenous people are the basis for the people from Jade Cocoon, but, like, it's really cool. It's a cool game. Jade Cocoon fucks extremely hard. I'm gonna let him dry a wee bit and just get some tongues. Just get some tongues on this bad boy. There's like 1 tongue, 2 tongue. There we go. Sip. But yeah, maybe in like September, I will get that. I will play that after I play Anthology of the Killer and all the Half-Lives that aren't VR related. Or like spin-off. I don't know if I want to do any like weird spin-off things. Apparently recently there was a like total conversion mod based on Half-Life that was called like Diffusion or something like that. That's apparently kind of legit. It looked cool. I don't know if it's any good or not, but like the idea that somebody's been like sitting around and just like tweaking the original source engine via the Half-Life 1 just to make like a full crazy big game. I'm like that. I find that level of passion really, really cool. It's really, really neat. Like I've never played, I actually don't know if I've ever sat down and played a total conversion mod for any game I've ever played. It'd be cool though. Some of those do seem like really, really legit. Tongue. Oh, got some hiccups. Fuck. Oh shit! Another thing too. Another thing I got from MagFest. So so usually at MagFest I get to run into Professor Bloom a lot because he's there and also like, you know, we're the same kind of old man. He gave me a VCR and a copy of Barbarian. If anyone was there for movie night, remember that like headache inducing movie? I now own that on VHS. Because he just brought me a VCR. I don't have a TV I can use it for. I mean, I have a TV, but I don't have like a CRT, which I need to get one. Unironically, I think I like Malort. Anytime he offered Malort, I would take some. I drank Malort out of a measuring cup at one point. I think I just like bad liquor now. I mean, I was just funny because I was like, you know, I actually had beer that I enjoyed for the first time. I think I also enjoy bad liquor. I had all the Swedish liquor that was also like, it's basically just like salt. Yeah. How you doing, Eggy? How you doing? It legitimately has like it's. I also think like me and him are wired very similarly, except he just like I sort of just split evolution into tabletop stuff, and he did like singing in retro games. But otherwise, like we'll send each other messages about the most shit movies you've ever seen. He actually is the person who suggested the movie we're going to be watching this week. How you doing, Gideon? How you doing? We are going to be watching this movie. It's called Skullduggery. Skullduggery, my bad. It is apparently like an 80s movie about like basically Satanic Panic era D&D. Where it's like they're playing a game, but it's like they're playing like a D&D analog, and it's like, oh, but the devil is being summoned in this game. Ooh. And it looks jank, and I'm ready for it. The quality is we're definitely in VHS rip territory, baby. We are in peak VHS rip. I'm excited though. But yeah, I had much Malort. I had a lot of salmiakki, the Finnish like basically licorice liquid. What's the third one I had? Drinking. No, I can't drink during a weekday, I don't think. VCR. Video cassette recorder. I think that's the acronym for VCR. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've owned a VCR. You know, I grew up with them. So it's not what you say here. Go back into my entertainment. So, I mean, I enjoyed this stuff from my era. Not everything was good, you know. I do think that we do need to temper ourselves with survivorship bias. Like, there's a lot of things growing up that were shit. And, like, not even the fun shit that I like to show you nerds. There's just, like, a lot of things that were bad. But, like, you know, you're not going to think about bad things from the 90s that aren't entertainingly bad. They just fall away to the mist of time. It's like how, like, a lot of times, like, it's really easy to think of, like, Game Japan as always being better. And there are a lot of good video games from Japan. But, like, we're never getting the bad games from Japan. Bad games from Japan just have an inherent roadblock from reaching Western audiences, so we just don't see that, you know? But I do think it's really, really cool we live in an era where, like, you know, you can basically play, like, any video game from, like, the PS3 back, like, pretty easily. I won't necessarily say, like, the superior format, because, you know, there's, like, you know, like, depending on the game, sometimes that's not true. But you can get it at a pretty decent format. It's pretty easy to play video games, and the good video games, and find good anime and good movies. Like, it's the inherent tricky thing about the fact that, like, it's so easy just to sit down and just, like, browse Twitter for, like, an hour. And, like, I've fallen into this trap. This is something that like part of my like, oh shit, I gotta change some shit. I was realizing how much time like at one point I was just like, you know what? Let's see what Twitter's For You is like. And it's bad. Like, I mean, it's sometimes there's good shit. I found good shit on there. How you doing, Prim? How you doing? How you doing? I'm glad you guys see our the yearly tradition is that when we're at MagFest and if we see Prim streaming, we say hi, Prim. It's a fun thing to do. It's so fun. I don't know about the psychic dolphin. I do kind of want to play. There is like an infamously bad JRPG called like, I think it's called like Mystical Roman or something like that, where it's like basically like it's almost like a fucking like so bad it's good movie, but in JRPG form. I do want to try that though. I do want to try that at some point. It's apparently really short too, which is nice. I can go back to this lab now. Yippee! Sip. But yeah, no, we live in a good area. We live in a good area. We live in a good time for actually like getting a hold of stuff. More things have been translated than ever. It's easier to find it, but it's also tricky because, as you know, a lot of the things that we enjoy, the structures of the internet, have been weaponized against us, and it's super tricky. And it sucks because like a lot of stuff on there is still pretty good. There are like, as much as Twitter sucks, there are cool people and cool things on Twitter. Sometimes I don't regret using it even. It's tricky. Things you missed. Just talking about how we are in a very interesting fulcrum in history where we have access to basically like every good movie, video game, song. There's so much access to stuff, but it's also like harder than ever because like you gotta unlearn the bad habits and get some willpower in. Like I found for years I have been falling asleep by putting on like the same handful of YouTube videos. And like that's worked for me. What you got in mind, Vtuber? But I did see some things where it's like I need like cutting down some screen time would be probably better for my sleep. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get me a book. I'm gonna get me a book to read. I did find kind of a neat book on Twitter. It's called The Convenience Store Woman. Based on what I can understand about the premise without having read it yet. Sorry, hiccup. It's about like this like 36-year-old like autistic Japanese lady who kind of doesn't really feel like she has a purpose in life until she starts working for this convenience store. Like basically like the Japanese kind of konbini, like the very, very nice, like basically sort of like an uplifted gas station. Like kind of like imagine like a Wawa but better. This is one of those cases where Thing Japan is real. And I think it's supposed to be about like, you know, society tells you that like you shouldn't be happy working at a convenience store, that should be like a mark of shame or like something that you're supposed to stepping stone your way into something else, but like she seems to genuinely enjoy it. I've also heard that there's apparently there's like a weirdo, like there's just the internet being the internet, and the guy was described as a chud jack, and I don't know what that means in this like I'm aware of like visually what that means, but I don't know what this means in the context of like a book. Like that's where I'm like, okay, sure. I don't know. Well, I'll find out. I still want to read the book. I'm gonna try to read that when I fall asleep, to help me fall asleep, and then maybe I can cut some screen time and get some better sleep and get some more energy to do. I've been really, I don't know, maybe the way I've been wired recently, I've been really thinking about like the connections between things. Like I think a lot of the reason I don't do the stuff I want to do is because I'm tired. And I think the reason I'm tired is like maybe I'm sleeping bad. Maybe by trying to watch YouTube video till I fall asleep, maybe that's fucking my shit up, even though it works. Maybe I gotta stop doing that. Then maybe I can get me some energy, and that energy will let me kind of like have more time because I won't take naps when I get home from work, and then also just give me more energy and gusto to pursue creative efforts, you know? I mean, yeah, kinda. So it's like the idea of somebody living an unconventional life and enjoying it against sort of like society and stuff like that. What's it called? But like, you know, I'm curious. I'm curious if like, you know, I really like seeing weirdos kind of do their own thing, you know. I want to see this lady like I hopefully she ends up with a happy life and she gets to like do the convenient stuff she wants to do. So from what I understand, yeah, it seems I've also heard it's better for the eyes too. So I got all mine as STLs. They used a third-party service to make the models called like Baron of Dice or something like that. I think. I don't know. I don't know the vendor. I don't think it's like a controversy. I just think like a lot of times if you're hiring a vendor to do 3D printed minis, a lot of them just inherently aren't great. Like 3D printing minis at scale is sort of still kind of like iffy to do unless you got like a Kingdom Death scenario. Otherwise, I don't know what you mean necessarily by like controversies. I'm also very suspicious about like, you know, I do think like the models, like the 3D printed pre-made models coming out of Kickstarter is like, you know, that's a legitimate thing to criticize, sure. But I'm also used to a lot of people being really critical about Trench Crusader doing it for like culture war reasons, specifically because they have been tricked by Arch Warhammer into thinking that like Trench Crusade is another form of the big woke coming after them, and it's they become insufferable. I've seen that song and dance happen a lot. So I don't know about this Genovich guy. Maybe they're cool, maybe they're not. Yeah. But I do think criticizing the 3D printing quality is a fair thing to do, you know. I managed to sidestep that because I print stuff in my own he's an animator. Okay. Let's see. I've ever let me look at them. Okay. Oh god. No, okay. No. I'm going to be honest. This looks like a fucking I think this guy's turning into another one of these kind of like off-the-shelf culture war weirdos. I'm gonna be real. The Siege of Rax is really cool. It's neat. I think if you make your entire channel the Siege of Rax, I think that's a warning sign. I feel like I've seen enough people get into like making the Siege of Rax their identity enough, and each one eventually just goes full loony. I might be way too critical. I also see like several like farewell Warhammers. We got some Space King jerking off. Trench Crusade corporate speedrun any percent. Trench Crusade is a disaster, and here's why. It's I don't think this is I don't know. This reads like another guy who's just always angry about Warhammer and is also angry about Trench Crusade for stuff like that, you know? I keep hearing that there's a takedown claim, but I've also not heard the direct person who's getting stuff taken down from. They do also have a licensing thing you're supposed to go through for sometimes. A lot of people don't, but there is like a tiered system for like, I'm doing Artillery Witch. I'm going to put a like, you know, compatible with Trench logo on there and sell it that way. I don't think anybody does, but I also think until recently, no one's cared enough. So I don't know. I don't know on that, to be fair. I'm gonna use a little bit. I'm gonna try this like elf flesh. See if this works. Okay. Thank you for Mimic Moldo. Ah, there we go. Oh, yeah, I'll leave the apron on for now. There we go. Let me scooch over here. Okay, so take over. Let's see. That's fine. I can take the apron off. There we go. Goodbye, Pino. No, it's basically there's 3 tiers. It's basically like you work directly with them and then you kind of become a partner. That's sort of what like Creature Caster did for the Great Hunger, and then like, you know, Westphalia did for the Red Brigade. Then you have a sort of like, I forget what's in second tier, but it's basically some other kind of like working pretty close. And then otherwise, it's basically more or less the idea, if you guys are familiar with like it's sort of like a version of like the OGL. If anyone really, really remembers the kind of, like the 3.5 kind of license thing. Well, there's different ways you can mark that a thing that you do is compatible and stuff like that. And like, there's like, I think it's a reasonable system. I don't think anything too weird about that. Now, also, I mean, there also are people that just straight up rip off the STLs. That's been going on for a while. That happened before the Kickstarter was even done, where there was people who were like, more or less just making like artillery witches. I'm like, I don't know about the Diceverse vendor situation. The thing is, because I don't know if like, because like Diceverse makes the STLs, and they're still fine, still selling the STL. So I don't know what the vendors might be doing. Like they might be labeling it weird. I don't know. I will fully admit that I don't know the enough information there to make like a true judgment call. So I got the happy to find out Inquisitor Drax is a woman. Oh. Actually, I don't know if I know that one. Is that the lady with like the funky like lizard thing? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Like, I don't like that model. I don't think it's like a lady issue. I just think it's kind of like, I get the idea that it's supposed to be an Inquisitor with like, you know, you got like a Xenotech weapon and like a cool pet or whatever. I think it's just kind of put together a bit weirdly. Yeah. I like this is what I'm saying. This is why I'm gonna go back to the idea though. Like, yeah. I'll take this where against sculptors there was you start using brand shield. Oh, okay. That's a shitty thing to do. Well, I don't know. Yeah, that is shitty. That is shitty. I will give them that. Hopefully, like, I have not checked the Twins Crusade Discord to see if there's ever any like fixing on that. Yeah, that's what I say when I see something like that Jukanovic guy, and it's like Trench Crusade's ruined forever. Like I feel like there's an agenda behind that. I feel like there's an agenda behind it, and I don't trust that. And so here's my thought: if you were like Warhammer is dead to me, and you keep doing a bunch of Warhammer shit, I need you to stop. Like, you know, it's very clickbaity. Yeah, exactly. Like, as far as I can tell, what he did Farewell Warhammer. Like, okay. Like, I'm gonna show you guys 3 videos that happened over the course of a couple months. This is the stuff that makes me feel crazy, right? Like I'm just going to do a, let's see, let me rinse my, I'm just going to basically capture the last 8 videos this person did, basically going from like 6 months ago until now. And of course my screen capture decides to break. I'll do it manual style. Okay. So this is like his last 4 videos, right? This is last 8 videos. This is his last 8 videos. And like this is like one of those things. I mean, once again, he's also like a bigger YouTuber, I don't know. So like maybe this is just me acting out, but like I see this Farewell Warhammer, JK, Siege of Vrax. It's, I guess I quit Warhammer again 3 months after I quit Warhammer. Then there's jerking off Space King for a while because algorithmically that's hot. And then Trench Crusade is a disaster, and here's why. Like, that reads grift. Every bit of that reads grift to me personally. Like, it reads someone who is like, you know, very jaded about the current state of Warhammer, and it's just kind of flailing about, you know? Sure, maybe the video is more intelligent than that, But god damn it, I'm tired of clickbait. Fuck off. Like, I don't care if you're like if he's like actually like it's just causing more bullshit. I play this game and enjoy it. And if grifting motherfuckers are gonna make clickbait and then go, well, I'm just having some like reasonable complaints, but I'm maybe being a bit hyperbolic. Fuck you, please. Fuck off. I play war games. I'm tired of having to deal with dipshits like you. I have to explain every time and something like this is not. Oh, it's all good. It's all good, Fuber. So like, cringe and actual complaints. Okay. I'm just saying that it's stuff that is very clickbaity like that is why every now and then I have to explain to people when they ask me what's the controversy with Trench Crusade. Because stuff like this exists. Because it's made to be clickbaity. Like, have a salient point all you want. But like, when you, like, here's the thing. A lot of people are stupid. And they're gonna see this. Corporate speedrun any percent. Trench Crusade is a disaster. The disaster of Trench Crusade is that, like, their 3D prints are bad. And that, like, a Kickstarter is slow. Like, really? Like, come on. And, like, G-Dubs does so much. Games Workshop does so much. Like, the bad resin traps I will absolutely give you. That is real. I'm also going to say, as somebody who ordered the physical book, that was never going to come out in the time range they gave. That was impossible. That was impossible. What is a paper minister? Sunday. Like, that is bad. Okay, I like once again. I'm willing to go that like, if it was about that, but the video is also not the issue with Factory Fortress's like 3D prints. It's corporate speedrun any percent. From people that get fucked by G-Dubs on the daily. I don't know. I'm willing to believe that I'm a little defensive on this. I will fully admit that my bias is here. But I'm so fucking tired. It's just shit like this and Arch and whatnot. Oh, I mean, I don't do any minis made out of paper, but like there's stuff for that. Straight up, like One Page Rules actually has like monthly printouts for like whole armies if you just want to get them that way. Which I think that's a cool way to do it. I think it's a cool way to do it if you're like, oh yeah, I don't got like a huge amount of money or time. You can just print out a whole like One Page Rules like army with like little standees and whatnot, and they got the tools for that, Yeah. That's how you doing, Cheaton? How you doing? Welcome. I also, the thing is too, for like there are people who are upset about how long the book is taking. I'm going to be real. There are people who have not kickstarted anything. I believe, like, Kickstarters take forever. Anytime a Kickstarter has a date, it's lies. It's lies. It's never going to be like that. I am very torn on them dropping STLs coming. That is also a thing. Like, conceptually I can get why they're doing that, I'm part of me is feeling that this might be just growing pains of them trying to start a new company and do things. I'm not jazzed. I'm not jazzed that they're dropping 3D printing support, That does kind of suck, but I'm also not as bothered because I rarely use the official models. But like, as somebody who has seen war games that were Kickstarter only die, I do think that the pivot to I do think the pivot was going to happen and is a necessary thing to keep the game alive 100%. I know tons of people who are like, they were waiting for things that you could just buy a box. And at the time when you were a couple of dudes and like that's all you got, especially because like Trench Crusade was originally not supposed to be a multi-million-dollar thing. It was originally just going to be like a couple, they did that. They did just like a couple of like, they were a small company who released models the best way you really can as a small company, which is STLs only, It's something like that. Oh, yeah, Battletech does that too, yeah. Yeah, the Prussians do seem nice, but I don't have any desire to play Prussians, so I might if maybe if the campaign I'm in goes well, they are doing Prussians as prize support. But you know, that might be fun. I'm not looking to like super game hard, but like, yeah, if I walk out with Prussians, that'd be cool. That would be legit. Yeah. But if they are being like real like shutting down people and like using this like brand lockdown thing, I'm not jazzed with that. I don't think it's going to be the end of the world if they do. I will be disappointed though, I guess. Oh yeah, but yeah, the plan, yeah, I have to imagine that there's going to be more coming out. I have to imagine there's more coming out, stuff like that. Yeah, I'm fully gonna keep playing the game. I'm gonna keep shilling the game because I enjoy the game, and that's just what you gotta do in this world. If you like that's what I try to push like turnip on people. I like turnip a lot, you know. Yeah, it's I don't know. I'm torn because so like I am a 3D printing person. I 3D print a lot. This entire model is 3D printed. It's actually 2 separate models 3D printed and glued together. This is a pretty heavy kit bash. But here's the thing. 3D printing is great if you're an indie games person. Like if you do nothing but indie war games, you would be hard pressed to like find like no uses for a 3D printer. I think it's a genuinely good thing to invest in getting. However, the reason he said so, like I said, what makes me suspicious is that he's following a pattern that I have seen with grifters. I have seen a pattern with grifters, and they do this. This is not unique, but it's like Arch. There's a lady named Discourse Minis who does that. Where for them, it's constantly like Warhammer is over, and then it's hopping onto a new thing that's kind of hot at the moment. Space King be like that especially. So Matthew, thank you for giving us up. Thank you. Oh yeah, vapor smoothing is the thing. That's neat, but I saw Miscast doing that. I don't have any use to do it, but it does seem cool for trying to do like more precise things with the 3D printer. But I'm just saying that based on his last 8 videos, everything he's done really follows a pipeline that I see for people who eventually shift the Warhammer grifting content. Like the kind of people that do like Tradcath LARP on Twitter by using Black Templar images. Yeah, I've not really watched it. Like Discourse Minis always felt like very weird to me, I guess, like just something just inherently wrong about her. Oh, that's also true. Yeah, vapors you gotta deal with. Like, I don't mind the occasional political. I don't mind the occasional political person doing stuff. Like, I'm torn on Spice 8 Rack as a person. He does mostly Magic content. He is like very openly political, but I find the fact that he does seem to be passionate about what he's doing and is actively like, I don't know, has like some degree of research and like not chasing trends that seems to go into it, which I'm willing to give it. My politics don't align with his, but, or I think they go by it actually, but like, I don't align with their politics, but I'm willing to give them a shot. But I just find it like when you hit that, like when you hit that threshold where you hit the arch, when you hit that like Arch Discord Minis continuum where I'm like, you are just fucking miserable. And the thing is, because that like, you know, I don't think people would give a shit about Arch if he fully moved on from 40k. I don't think people would give a shit about like Discourse if she moved on from D&D or Warhammer. So they just sit in this like misery grift pit where they just hate forever, and it's just, you know, I don't like it. As somebody who is an enjoyer, I enjoy things, and I hate it. People who primarily are there to hate and be weird about it. I don't like that. Yeah. Content creator derogatory, yeah. Yeah. Well, the thing is, so like my knowledge of Arch is very weak, but like from what I understand, basically it was like he was originally Arch Warhammer, and then got like very kind of like political with it, and then sort of got dunked on, dropped Warhammer from his title, and then still mostly just like, but this is what I say. He also did a lot of like I'm gonna go, let's see. Let me go incognito tab because I don't need this. I don't need him in my YouTube suggestions. YouTube. I think if you go Arch Warhammer, he still shows up. So if you go to Arch, he's Arch YouTube now. I'm gonna go to videos, and if you look at his last 8 videos, 4 of them are about fucking Vrax. It's I'm gonna post his last 8 videos. Like this is why I was really suspicious about the Djukanovic video, or however you pronounce his name. Because I need you to look. I need everybody to look at this overlap. I'll explain Vrax in a sec. Vrax is not bad as a thing. Okay, so like look. So okay, top is the Djukanovic guy. What? We should look at his name. Janovic. Top is Janovic, bottom is Arch. And it's like, this is why when you guys are like, I appreciate that you're telling me that Janovic is not terrible, because when I look at his last 8 videos, it sets off all the alarm bells. It sets off every alarm bell. So I'm like, it's why I'm inherently suspicious. There we go. Here's the thing. Okay, so the Siege of Vrax is a like old Forge World campaign, heavily focused about Krieg. It's basically like, imagine if you took like every like big 40k faction at the time, and they were all fighting on this one like planet. It's basically like, if I remember right, it was like a rogue, like ecclesiarchy guy pretty much broke away and sort of like took over this planet. And then, like, the Krieg were sent to get him out within 12 years. And then the Krieg were doing that. And then Chaos showed up to be like, yo, buddy, the Imperium fucked your shit over. It is sort of like the iconic Krieg story. So if you're very big into Krieg, that's basically like your Krieg greatest hits. Like, Krieg show up in a lot of places, but, like, Vrax is Krieg. Death Guards show up, and like Alpha Legion show up, and like Dark Angels show up, and basically every like Imperial Chaos kind of like I don't think Tyranids were ever on there, but if it was like an Imperial or like a Chaos faction, they'd probably show up on Vrax a little bit. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly, Top, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's what I was saying. 14, where it's like. What's the best way to say this? I believe fully, with all my heart, that you can enjoy Krieg and be a good person. I believe that you can enjoy Black Templars and be a good person. Whenever I see someone dropping hot takes about Warhammer on Twitter, and their profile is a Krieg person or a Black Templar, I get suspicious because I have functioning pattern recognition. Like, that's what I'm talking about, where it's like, is talking about Vrax bad? No. Basically, every lore Warhammer person gets to Vrax. Because pretty much all the Forge World campaigns were pretty legit. Because they generally had like a lot of soul put into them, and a lot of like Games Workshop numbers are Games Workshop numbers, but like, they were cool campaigns. They were very different from what you would get now, And it's just kind of like that, Yeah, yeah. I actually don't have a problem with Space King. I don't think Space King's bad. It's just another one of those that, like, people who are angry at Warhammer will latch onto Space King as a sort of proxy for... There's basically a lot of people who are using Warhammer alternative games as either their proxy to, like, love or hate G-dubs. It's basically like some form of that, See, I've not seen an the Armageddon Steel Legion fanboy. I know they exist. That's also that tricky thing too, when people are like, yes, Krieger Nazis. No, that's the Armageddon Steel Legion. They like, Krieg is World War One, Vrax, like Armageddon Steel Legion's World War Two. But yeah. Let's see. But yeah, mind you, I'm like 2 episodes. They're on episode 4, right? Like, I enjoyed the 2 episodes of Space King I watched. I will probably eventually get around to the other 2. I don't have any reason like to like hate on it. But it's also like, this is also like an inherent, like a very interesting thing. So there's also a reason why a lot of people who do Warhammer content are very cookie cutter. Like, Warhammer has pretty active news, but not that active. Like, you could reasonably go weeks without like anything like really important happening in any like Warhammer capacity. And that's usually when you see your like Ninjons and Miniacs and stuff like that do like a better Warhammer, and it's just like a game, you know? It's just a game, or they're like, is Games Workshop dead? It's because they found a 3D printer that was gifted to them. Like, you know, that's the kind of shit. So that is why sometimes when someone's like, I hate Warhammer, ugh. But Space King, they like, I actually think that they might be like, could they genuinely enjoy Space King? Probably. But could they also be attempting to use Space King for algorithmic points? Yeah, probably. I'd be more likely believe that, really. That, you know, if you find that Games Workshop has failed you, you kind of like latch on to Space King as a way to like stick it to G-dubs, but really it's because it's popular in the algorithm. I forgot if Core actually got any people who are doing that. There probably were a couple. I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh yeah, they definitely do. I mean, there are people who are burnt out in 40K that like kind of like, you know, like lean into that kind of like counter direction stuff like that. It's how it be. Hey, let's do some Rackard Flesh equivalent on there. Yeah, it basically happens for every game. Like, yeah. Listen, it's also like, this is also another thing too, where it's like, I need people, like, a lot of people who are like, you know, what's the best way to say this? There are people who have not moved on from console wars or just petty internet tribalism. Like, hey, you know what? You can play multiple games. I play 40K. I play an older edition of 40K because I think that has what I like in it. But I also play Trench Crusade, I play Turnip, I'll play basically any game. But a lot of people treat every single war game like it's fucking like Xbox versus PlayStation. And I'm like, my guy. A lot of people who are like genuinely invested in indie war games, they play multiple. Indie war games are cheaper and they don't require you to build a whole ass army, so you can multi-spec. Like, I need to get back into Core. I have a lot of Core STLs, but like it was with my old printer, so the quality was I basically when my printer died, I sort of chucked out. I basically tossed a lot of 3D prints that just were made with that printer. I was like, well, I haven't actually done anything with you yet, so it would probably actually be better for me to like, what's it called? I thought it would basically be better at the end of the day just to sort of like, you know, toss them out. But when I say toss out, I mean I give them to my local community. I'm like, here's a bunch of STLs I don't want. I give them to my local community, and you know, people have taken prints that I don't like, and they're like, oh shit, this is actually perfect. Like, I 3D printed a tank once, like the goblin tank thing that I thought I was going to use for Turnip, and then I didn't, and I put that in that bin, and someone was like, oh, I actually really need this, and I'm like, yay, it's yours. Go nuts, buddy. But like, I would love to get back into Core. I would like to redo the Core stuff and maybe like get that going a bit more. You don't need to play console wars with war games. You can do so many, and they overlap so well. It's very silly. It's very silly. Yeah, exactly. Top Hat. Where it's just do a bunch of stuff. Console war guys still fighting. Like, hey, it's. The thing is, the problem is because of the way the internet works. Like, the internet is console wars. Like, this is gonna sound insane, but I need you to hear me out. Like, politics is console wars. TV shows are console wars. Like, bands and musicians, streamers. Like, we had a big tiff in the VTuber community because Iron Mouse and a man who dresses up as a peanut had a bit of an ideological difference, and it caused people to lose their minds. And it's like, this is it. The 4chan board V has so much speaking to do for the state of the internet. They don't even fucking know how bad they fuck things up for the rest of us. I swear to God. Everything is scub. Everything is scub, and I hate it. But it's like, yeah, but you know, this is what I keep talking about too. It's like Warhammer is an interesting cultural barometer because Warhammer is scub. It is console wars. It's you know, like the idea that you could play Trench Crusade and Warhammer simultaneously falls out of people's brains. People who play Warhammer and people who play Trench Crusade sometimes both go really idiotic about it, you know? I mean, there have been okay things that come from V. Like, was Katawa Shoujo a V project, or was that more of an A project? I forget which. It's been a bit. I think overall V has been a net negative to humanity. I'll fully be behind that. I will fully be behind that V overall was a net negative to humanity in general. But you know, bone texture looking alright. I need to tweak the flesh a bit and a bunch of stuff, but yeah, it's basically like, for a lot of people, the idea that you can enjoy multiple things simultaneously, or also that, like, let's say I like A, but I don't like B. So like, if people like B, I don't give a shit. I couldn't give a fuck if people like the Peanut Man. I don't care. I really don't care. But some people get really invested on stuff like that. It's a lot. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, Trench Crusade people play Kill Team. The group I'm playing with is currently doing, like, the Trench Crusade group. I'm not playing in it really, but they're doing a spin-off Horus Heresy game set in the Bad Ab War. It's cool. I would love to do that, but I don't got that kind of crazy time. So between the two, I chose Trench Crusade, and I'm okay with that, you know? Oh, it drives me nuts. This is why I've been like, this is gonna sound really weird, but I've been enjoying more silence in my life lately. I'm somebody who always has like headphones on listening to something, but just like having some time to think and just like has been very good lately. Like I said, I think I've been like doing good to my brain these last couple of months. But so it's like, I've been it's also like I didn't really realize that much until I went to MagFest. I was like, oh yeah, no, there's like I hadn't taken a shower without a speaker in it for like a year, you know? I don't even think this is a too safe thing. Like, cause like here's this. Like, we've had internet without this. Like, you know, This is not like soft times build soft men or whatever. I fully believe this is just because internet tribalism is very useful for people who want to, like, you know, harvest data and control other people, you know? How you doing, Miderdone? Exactly. Like, I fully believe we have and can still really have like the promised internet to us. I do think a lot of it's going to involve, like, kind of really taking things into our own hands and, like, you know, smaller communities and, like, web rings and, you know, just doing... There are technologies that are not entirely forgotten, you know? Yeah. For real. Forums. Though I'm, like... I feel very weird because, like, objectively, like, I have, like, some very, like, rose-tinted feelings on forums. I also used to be on forums, though, and there were elements that sucked. It sucked being a new guy on forums because, like, if you were on a forum and you're talking about, like, the sky, and you're like, there's someone's like, you know, isn't it fucked up that the sky is green? And you're like, no, I think the sky's blue. And, like, just because you're a new guy, people wouldn't give you, like, the time of day, you know? Become old. No! You're not. I am willing to believe I am willing to believe that some of this is just aging. I'll fully admit it. You know, I'm middle aged. I'm a middle aged man. Maybe middle aged men crave the quiet. Very possible. Very, very possible. But I do believe that I'm actually kind of wondering, like, maybe the reason I don't like remember stuff as well anymore is I just like don't like I don't think I got like quiet time to like process things, you know? It's what? How did that get ripped off? Okay. I think I just need to glue you to a base now. Let me get some shit and start gluing your ass to a base. But yeah, it's interesting. It's like I do like was like I think I mentioned even like maybe like earlier earlier in the year or previously I was like I don't remember the last time I was bored. And I'm not saying that I need to like fucking there's like trendy ways to say like dopamine detox or whatever. I don't think I quite need to go that far, you know. But I think like I've realized that like I've been getting a phone addiction problem because it's just really easy just to go on the phone and get infinite free entertainment forever, even if it sucks, even if it fucking sucks. I will fully admit I don't know what Hightail is. I'm aware that Hightail was like a Minecraft thing, but not. I don't know. Hey, have fun with that, yo. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to unwind that, you know? I am actively trying to, you know, that's why I want to start reading before bed. I want to start reading before bed just so, you know, I get less screen time. It gets a bit more quiet. I also need to screw this cap on. I need to, my vice is Twitter. And it's like, it sucks because objectively I know where it's like this algorithm has been tweaked in order to keep me glued to my phone. And like sometimes on the weekend I'll wake up and I'll just sit in bed and I'll just be on my phone. And it's like, am I enjoying myself? Not like, and the answer is not no, and it's not yes, it's a shrug, because I know that there are people who have entire jobs of making that shrug happen, because I do find good things on Twitter sometimes. The what's it called? That the book I'm reading, wanting to read, the one about the convenience store lady, I found that on Twitter. That was a cool Twitter find, genuinely, you know. Oh yeah, no, I don't think like deleting Twitter is bad. I think if you want to delete Twitter, I think that's a good thing to do. Because I'm an online person. Also, how you doing, Lohan? How you doing? Oh, I'm sorry. This is real chaos territory. If I wasn't doing a Trench Crusade mini, I am. I am one of Lorgar's boys. Check out my Saturnine Praetor, who's still very work in progress, but he's turning out pretty legit. The lad. I also need to fix his staff. So this is actually more Slanesh actually. So for Horus Heresy, for what's it called? You can actually give it an axe or the hammer. And both are good because axe is basically like infantry destroyer and hammer is like single target destroyer. So I was like, okay, I'd give them both. And I tried to glue a face on there, but the glue I was using was too runny and fucked it up. So I'm actually going to take a bunch of Mark III helmets, drill a hole through them, put barbed wire through it, and like run it around to like wrap it up. And that should cover that, you know? That should basically cover that. And I already got his... Oh, I got to prime his base again. Yeah. But yeah, sorry, this is a real Chaos Hour stream, as one does. I might need to put a little bit extra glue in there. A little bit of glue there. Luckily, this is going to be like a sticky mat of flesh at the very end, so like I'm not super worried. Okay. I'm gonna let the lad sit. What do I want to do? Oh, you know I did. I need to prime this. Oh no, the glue ripped my glove. Fuck. Let me just rip this sucker off. I got plenty of gloves. Hurry up. Yeah, but yeah, howdy. I'm Halbernut, the Mimic Elf, miniature painting VTuber of the Nerdclubs game variety. Bitten down wrong. Just like, ugh. Spine is gonna burst out of my back. Ugh. Get the glove. Let me get this glove on right. What are you doing? I'm putting it on wrong. There we go. So, this is just gonna be like a really quickie paint thing. But like, there we go. What's it called? Well, you can't kill me. This is the seat of my power. There we go. Oh no, Pro Acro paints are really good. Oh yeah, Pro Acro paints are, if you got them, previously I would need to order my Pro Acro paints. However, my LGS started carrying them now, so yippee. So, this is 2025's Lemon Pig. He's not doing great, but he is a perfectly preserved individual. So I made him a base because I want to use him as a turnip 28 lump. So I did sort of like my usual paint this with use some cork, use some plaster and stuff. He's like, yeah, I actually find him to be an interesting kind of representation of 2025. There was another Lemon Pig that was supposed to be the main one, but he kind of got fucked up. So he's a pivot, which I just find to be like a kind of interesting representation of the year, where it's like, I had plans, they didn't work out, and Loan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? Hell yeah. Welcome to the light of chaos, brother. So you know, I was like, you know, I want to give him a proper base, and I want to take him to the shop. I want to take him to the shop so I can play games with him, because I do play games. I think this upcoming week, in theory, I'm going to be playing some more Trench Crusade. So the first game of the campaign we're doing this year happened when I was at MAG, but I think there's like a lot of people who are out, so we're doing a catch-up day. And I'm hoping I can use that catch-up day to you know, get my first game in before getting too long. Once again, there's 2 people in our area who are representing the Iron Sultanate. I was originally going to go Great Hunger because everybody did a player survey. There's a player survey, and it was like, "What are you playing?" And pretty much no one said Court or Iron or Grail. And I was like, you know what? I like Grail. I'll play Grail. That'll be fine. That'll be cool. So I decided to do that. And then from the woodwork, 1 million Grail players showed up. I'm like, oh, okay. And like, I still got I might actually work on some of my Grail lads a little bit while this is drying. But it's just very, very, very funny, yeah. Because like, so the person basically did there's a heretic team. So I'm gonna be honest, I accidentally preserved him. So I had one of those plug-in heaters, electric heaters. And my thought process is oh, I will put him next to that overnight, because I usually would leave the heater on just to kind of keep the room warm for me. And when I came back, he'll be a little drier, you know? Yeah, I dehydrated him. He is he's genuinely pretty sturdy. I still probably want to dip him, cover him in Mod Podge. That's not going to be an on-stream thing. That's going to be for later. Get a little bit on there, let that dry a little bit, and then probably do some Agrax Earthshade, because I don't want to use my good wash on this guy. I mean, you say rip, most Lemon Pigs get thrown in the trash, and I will make a Lemon Pig for this upcoming year. I'm going to do it on Sunday, not as a whole big thing, just as a little side thing. The reason is I want to make a Lemon Pig for Smash Bash, which is a big kit bash competition. So I'm going to make the Lemon Pig. I'm going to put him in the freezer, as people typically do with Lemon Pigs. I'm going to see the prompt, because they basically, it's like a kit bash competition where they give you a prompt, and then you're supposed to follow through with that prompt. And then from there, I want to see what needs to be done. It's still a little low. Put a little bit there. Put there. Put there. Put by the knees. The problem is because I did the flesh base, it's not entirely flush with his body. But I'm okay with that because I'm gonna take him, I'm gonna do a liberal sprinkling of baking soda should lock his ass in. How you doing, Groff? So a lemon pig is a thing you do. I'm gonna take this off screen just to cover in baking soda. So a lemon pig is like a little, I don't know where the tradition originated from, but it's basically the idea of like taking a little lemon and you just like assemble it with some various like you give it like little clove eyes and you put a little coin in its mouth. And it's supposed to be like, and you put it, and you give it little stick legs. And it's supposed to be like a good luck thing for you know, it's like a little like fun little good luck charm for the next year, right? It's cute. However, I make weird lemon pigs because that's fun for me personally. Looks like this is giving me a bit of a... Yeah, I tried to do a lemon tank. Lemon tank this year was a failure, which is why I'm going for lemon lump instead. So he's mostly got the baking soda to lock him down. I'm trying to brush it off into my lap though. All right, there we go. Yeah, I purposely make a weird one because I think making a weird one is fun. That's the long and the short of my particular brand of bullshit. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna let that base dry. I'll probably do like a tan dry brush on it, and I will. What's it called? After I do that, then I will do some Atrax Shade. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun to make a weird one. It's fun to make a weird one. Also, like, you know, it's like a nice little, like, yearly tradition. The problem is, in the last 2 years, my big issue is that I really like the idea of sealing it forever in resin. Pros about sealing it forever in resin, it actually works. If you seal it forever in resin, that shit stays. Like, it is locked in. That's a mini now. Thank you for the sub. Wait, you should spend money on your roof. Not me. I know your roof is going to require a lot. But thank you, though. I do appreciate it. But like, I just find like, so I try to do the resin way, but the thing is, it's like, it's too shiny. Oh yeah, it's Bezos bucks. That's fine. Then there we go. Carry on. Get a little bit of like splash over on those things. There we go. But it's like so yeah, I tried to make the resin's just too shiny. So if I ever tried to show it, I basically like I've been good at avoiding doxing myself with my own lemon pig, but I don't want to do that every time I want to show off the lemon pig. It defeats the whole point of having a mini that I can show. Like, you know, occasionally I have minis where there's like shiny bits, and I'm sure I've shown some things I don't want to, but like everyone's cool about it. I glued this guy onto the base. Oh, so oh, that's true. The one benefit about renting is that, like, when something fucks up, you can be like, landlord, this is on you, baby. Not my problem. Yeah. I had that happen a couple of years ago with my water heater where it just, like, ruptured. And I was like, well, this would have been thousands of dollars if I didn't rent. Since when you think about it, they deal with letters every day. Hey, I like that. Yeah, that'd be yeah. It would be very weird. I do remember that like ages ago there was like a lady whose street was doxxed because someone found a reflection in her cat's eyeball. Like, that's one of those things. It's you know, you can't fully dodge that kind of shit. I want to try, but it'd be like that. Oh yeah, no. Internet detectives are super interesting because on one hand, I find that terrifying because that's like an invasion of privacy because, you know, people will just show up at your house. But also there was like there like do you guys know Suisse from Hololive? She's the bibbidi 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 bib. I forget exactly how that song goes. The bibbidi 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 bobbidi song. Anyway, I do remember that there was somebody who was trying to do advanced chemistry to try to recreate the taste of her piss. And I think about that guy a lot. You know? Where it's just like, man, people are fun. There we go. A little bit of drop of white for the eyeball. Oh yeah, I got a new, because my shop had the titanium white, I ordered some from him. And it was good. Oh no, that's true. I ordered this one as part of a paint order. My shop got Pro Acryl. Every single copy of titanium white sold out within like a day. It's really funny. It's a good white. I recommend it as a white to a lot of people. It's just a genuinely very good white. But they had like a heavy white. I don't know how good that one is. I assume it's still very good, but like a friend of mine was like, "Oh hell, they're out of the whites." I'm like, "You can try that one." And they're like, "I'm good." You're not wrong for assuming that. My landlord's fine. Like, you know, I'm not jazzed about the whole system that means that I'm probably going to be renting forever. Or the fact that, like, he increases, like, my rent by, like, $100 every year or so. But as far as, like, if a thing breaks, he does take care of it quickly. I will give my landlord one benefit for that. And you know, nothing else really. Beautiful. Oh, beautiful. Let's go. Okay. I was worried that this wouldn't flow right, and my fears were unwarranted. This is what I'm talking about. The white is really good. It's a really fucking good white. Like I'm probably gonna touch up a little bit later, but yeah, there we go. I want that to just fucking glow. I'm gonna have like a really bitchin' glow for that. So it's really hard for me to say because the last place I lived was like really shit but really cheap. So like I have no real indication of prices. I think unfortunately COVID has kind of fucked up our economy in the long term. So things are just gonna be in a weird like. Things are just going to be sort of inherently growing in price forever now, and it just kind of sucks. Like I don't think there's like you know I think I don't think he necessarily is being malicious. I mean I'm not going to say it's like I'm jazzed about this, but like I don't know how much of it is him trying to squeeze extra money and how much of that is just things are just inherently going to be expensive from now until the end of time. You kind of know what I mean? Where it's like it could be many things. It could be many things. Gotta get in there and like really. I basically just need to take this red mixture and then go back later and try to maybe make some of the edges a bit brighter. Do really like how he's turning out though. Like, once again, not done by any means, but like I really like this is the step of painting where I'm very thankful. Like when the vision is here, where it's like, ah, yes, I see that I just did not slap paints willy-nilly on this bastard. That there is something I'm building towards, and it is working good. Oh, it's all coming together. I'll leave that top. Oh, there we go. Also, the base is nice and sturdy. I'm probably still gonna accidentally scrape paint from him, but it'll be fine. Also, like, this is not this is not intentional, but I also do enjoy that this guy's head reminds me a lot of the Carnivians and stuff. So, like, I need to double check if Incubi are still. So, like, I've been thinking about what to do with my Everbite army. And on one hand, like, a lot of the stuff I have is still useful, but there are a couple models like Pythagoras, and I actually don't think Incubi survived either. And I was like, maybe I'll retool those for 40k. As just like as a chaos warband. Make Thagrosh like a demon prince or whatever. Like that could be fun. I could even maybe make him like a Trench Crusade demon guy too. It's kind of I don't know. I could go both ways really. Yeah, look at you, buddy, and your weird fucked up mouth. Hey. Over here. Where does that go? The fleshy bit around here that I'm gonna need to paint over. Oh fuck! Oh, we got ad break. It'd be like that. But yeah, I want to do something with them. Like I don't. I probably should wait till like the too drippy. No, don't get in the nostril. Don't get in the nostril. Oh man, I guess this is getting to the point where it's like really starting to over thin. Actually, I don't. Oh, weird. Huh. We're back from ad break. This guy's okay. This is also kind of a nostril. Okay, no, that's actually fine. Okay. I was worried when this started dripping into the nostril, but that just seems to be pretty standard for this dude. He doesn't have the exact same like signifiers on the flesh, so I'm just gonna have to kind of like wing some of this. I think as long as the end result sort of looks like he is like has like things kind of breaking out of him, I think that's gonna be all right. But yeah, I was thinking about like if the incubi aren't legal anymore, I could turn them if I wanted to into like maybe like a Chaos Space Marines or something like that. Or like possessed. Possessed would be good for them because I could just have like dragon bits popping out of the arms and joints and some dudes. And then Thagrosh would really just need a. It's actually kind of funny how much of the Space Marine design is really stored in It's like really stored in like the power packs, the shoulder pads, and a helmet. And some of those are optional. I think you really only need 2 out of 3. Oh no, I don't think that's controversial. I don't even disagree with you. It's I think landlords are bad just because like, it sucks because through mechanisms entirely outside of my control, I am forced to rely on them for rent, which is annoying. I'm also not jazzed about like big private companies just soaking up all the places that people can buy. It sucks. It's like I would like to own a house. It's tricky because like what's the best way to say this? I'm somebody who is like never fully like settled. Like my current location is probably the longest I've lived in a place for a while. And like there's always like a little fear of like what if what if I I don't know, like buy a house and then I need to move. Like I meet someone or like a job happens and like with the guild like transfers me somewhere else. Like I don't know. So I just stay here and that's been pretty good. Oh, there still exists. Okay. I guess Legion really didn't lose that much. I know that P. Thagrosh doesn't exist. Maybe I just make people, or you know what? I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've owned an Afflictor. I own Incubi. I don't think I've ever used Incubi. Like, I'm sure there was like maybe a period where they were good. They just always felt like an awkward thing to put in the list, you know? Like the fact that they weren't Weapon Master infantry in editions where you basically had infantry with Weapon Master, or like a really strong utility use where you just didn't use them. I always kind of find Incubi lacking a bit. So maybe I just recycle them anyway and just say fuck it, you know? Get some use out of them. Think about it. All right, lad. Oh, there's speed bumps. Yeah, but like, did you need objective control in Legion when you could Mordor? Then again, I am very much a like I crave violence type of wargame player. Like where it's like I do objectives, but also if I can murder, I will. I think unironically I would really like Khorne as an army. But like I don't really have the money or the time to pick up stuff. Like I think it would be cool eventually to have an army of every Chaos faction, but like not in a way that like I care that much effectively. Where it's like if a Khorne battle force, like the new demon one especially seems kind of neat. If like one of those like manifested in my life, I'd be like, oh cool, but like I don't think I'm ever gonna go for one myself unless like something like really really buck wild happens, you know. Chains are good. I probably need to touch up like little bits where I can see like the chains are still kind of touching the skin. I got continue to make some skin areas that will just need further highlights. Just try to build up like a nice little skin tone. I got like a nice kind of like bunch of shades for skin, so I don't know how much I need to really build these up. I'm like, what color do I want to do the little wigglers? I probably don't need to do anything too fancy with the wigglers. Look at you, buddy. Also funny because like the have I ever showed you the minis that like this is composed of? This guy's actually from like the base of this guy is actually from a big titty model. It's really funny. Here I can show you. It's not like I don't think it's like anything that's like not work safe. Grab that real quick. It's from Mad's Minis if you've ever seen them. Yeah, it's like they basically do like really like. They don't have like nipples out, but it is a very it's a very sexual like line of minis. See if I can let me see if I can find this. They said, "Oh, okay, that's kind of cool." I think it's like a Luzmon thing. You see, their line is like relatively big, so if I don't find this like super duper soon, oh, there we go. So yeah, this is this is the original model. Yeah, I cut the big titty demon off the back and gave it the worm. Oh god, I'm like, I always love looking at my side of the screen. I do too. Like I don't hate this guy's minis or anything, but like, and like I see people do really good jobs painting his minis, but like I don't know. This one definitely has a bit more going on. Also, just gonna zoom out a little bit. I'm realizing that like this is really close. But yeah. It's I like it. Because I was starting to kit bash this guy ages ago, and I was like, how do I get the back to look more organic? And then Sprue. I think out of every hobby development for 2025, Sprue really has been MVP. Like, I've used putties and stuff. Like, it's not like that's new, but I think just having a jar of just goop, I can just be like, blah, goop, has been pretty baller. It has been incredibly handy. Oh, wait, so wait, hold on. Oh yeah, I have no issues with like ecchi or whatever. You know, I'm somebody who like can enjoy that stuff, but I just don't really like project it super much. But like I've seen people do like sculpts of this guy's like pretty. I don't know if I'd say this one's sexy, but sure. I've seen people do sculpts from this guy's like. They do seem to be the person if you're like, I want my Khorne daemon. I want Khorne daemons, but I want them to be like muscle women. That generally seems to be what this person's for. Or like if you want some like Slaanesh demons that are of the spicier type, and you know that's a niche. That is an acceptable niche. Not necessarily what I'm super into, but like it's whatevs. Bit more, but that's fine. Also, I'm also once again the fact that like I saw that Vince EV video that was like, hey, you should just use like significantly less paint, or just like put like only a tiny little bit, just keep going back to your like palette. Now it's like that. that has also been a game changer. It's just really funny how like my style changes. Where it's just like, you know, you get like let's go over a bit. You get like a little improvement, and it's just something you just kind of incidentally find. And it's like, oh no, this actually changes the game. What the fuck? To be fair, Vince is like very, very good. Like I know, like I have not like religiously gone through his back catalog, but I think like every time I've looked at a video of his, I'm like, yeah, that's, you know, that's good advice. That is something nice and actionable I can use. Like he did one about like ripping apart a it's kind of a neat idea. Basically his idea is like, all right, I have this display diorama for like Armies on Parade I did like 4 years ago. The terrain's good in it, but like as a display board, I'm not using it. So it's just like him going through and like ripping off chunks of his display board and putting them on plastic card bases. I was like, oh, that's a very neat idea. I don't quite have any, like, you know, every time I've thought about doing an Armies on Parade, I either like fuck up the dates or like I fuck up the date, or like something goes wrong, or I get busy. You know, it's just like some combination of bullshit that I always seem to miss out on. Like we'll like I don't even know if I want to necessarily go for it this year. I might. It might just be a good thing for me to do, just to, you know, like try something out. I'm willing to give it a go. Oh, you know, yeah, I also watched all those growing up. Like my family basically went from like no cable to eventually getting satellite, and that was a game changer. Getting a hold of X-Play when I did with it was kind of a big deal for me, especially. It still cracks my shit up. I was never really one of those like oh, Morgan Webb's a fake girl gamer, but it is just really funny how much of a fake gamer fucking Adam Sessler was. Like, I believe Morgan played games, but you're like, Adam's probably really into games. That's probably his thing. He's like, oh no, he was just another like wanted to do something with a journalism degree, and that was just video games were just kind of there. How you doing, Lost Nom Nom? And how you doing, CEO of Paint Consumption? How you doing? This is my Desecrated Saint that I've been working on today. He's been turning out pretty legit. I'm doing some skin blends on him, and it's turning out pretty good. Get all the little he's got all the little nubbins and whatnot that I'm trying to get. Also, I also glued him to the base so that he would have less stuff chip, and I'm actually not regretting that a huge amount. Need to get in there though. Yeah, it's gonna be it is a Desecrated Saint, which is a like every army in Trench Crusade basically has like a big fuck off monster unit, and this is the one for Grail for Court. My bad. What's really fun about, because I play Lust Court, the Saints get special abilities based on whatever like sin you choose. And Lust is really good for these guys. Lust Court is, ignore all benefits for your enemy's armor. And this is a game where machine armor is like basically the faction trait of New Antioch. I mean, they have like, you know, they have fire teams, which are really good. But like, you know, you really want that heavy machine armor. Heavy machine armor is life. Heavy machine armor is love. It's just kind of funny. Like, it's just like, yeah, I roll up to you, and then you got nothing going on. Let's see. Then I got the next layer, just like basically like 4 different skin shades I got that kind of build onto each other. I don't know how much I want to go into that. I don't know how much I want to go into that with like the like I could top off at Rosy Flesh and maybe keep it like kind of on the thinner side. Oh, this might be a good instance to use that glaze medium. Try that a little bit. Yeah, TV isn't real true. Yeah, I don't know, cause like I like it's dumb thinking that like, oh, like I guess like when it was airing, it felt more authentic in a way. Like, it's, you know, it's smoke and mirrors, but like a lot of G4 Tech TV starting, but basically we're like, you know, Steve, please. But it was like, you know, it was like a couple of people in like a small studio, and they would kind of like, there was like, I think actually a lot of things that people do like about streaming, like a certain like, there's like kind of like a scrappy lack of polish, and then kind of like a niche set of interests. But like I definitely sort of bought into the like, yeah, they're just like, you know, cool, passionate nerd people. And then it's just like a lot of issues again. All this is just this is just another business. And then they brought back. God, I still like. I didn't see any of when they brought back G4 for a little bit. It was like one of those things where it was like some like tech guy, it was like some like broadcast guy's son was like, yeah, I want to bring back G4, and brought it back as some sort of like weird streaming thing. It didn't last very long. It turns out if none of your hosts are likable for your shows, people don't like to watch them. And it seemed like every person they chose was just like really combative and just like not fun. And it kind of petered out. Even that I think has to be a couple years back at this point. It's been a bit. Actually, yeah, you given this a go with that glaze medium. I feel like both the hands I probably need to do like a proper like actual touch up on. It's like the fingers feel like they're lacking something. The flesh seems to be going pretty good. Kind of like building it. The head and like the hair. The hair I might also touch up later. I don't know. Glaze is going pretty good on this. Oh, that's it. I think like normally you're supposed to follow consistent like painting directions. Like I'm trying to paint a lot of the musculature and stuff down. For some reason when I hit this little stuff, I did straight up just like 180-degree painting, which doesn't make sense and no one should ever do, but I did. Wasn't the worst. So can't wait till this guy gets a like. Part of this I do think an enamel wash is gonna really make a lot of this pop. I could totally do that. That's probably not a terrible idea. Like, let me show like. Oh, I got like a decent amount. Get like a couple. Basically, while I got this like glaze mixture, I'm gonna try to like hit up the edges of the edges. Like, basically, just go through the lad once, and then maybe I might try the idea of doing a little bit of like a. The evil red from Vallejo is this really nice red purple that I really like for like Slanesh stuff. This is not a Slanesh thing, but like. I do use it a lot for my Emperor's my word bearers who have fallen to Slanesh. Sometimes it's just easier just to say Emperor's children because like they're technically they're not Emperor's children, but you know they follow the same command structure and they have a lot of the same stuff going on. You know as one does. You like them a lot. I'm very glad that I got to like use them and bring some stuff. How you doing, Space Wolves fan? How you doing? Howdy. I am working on a Desecrated Saint for Trench Crusade, and it is turned out very, very nice. I've been basically all of this has been done directly today, and that's been very, very legit. I know, right? Imagine being a nerd. Fucked up. Big if true. But yeah, I was also thinking, oh yeah, speaking about like, what's really funny is that like, I've been thinking for a while that I want to make a zine thing. And it seems like a lot of other VTubers are also into the idea of making zine stuff. I'm like, oh, nice. But yeah, I got a lot of stuff from that Bill Makes Things video. I got some of that like multimedia paper. I basically picked up a bunch of stuff before I left for MagFest. I was like, yeah, this would be cool. Buy the model. Like this one, thank you. It is very arousing. I know what you meant though. Like a nerd. But yeah, I got some India inks. I got some very sturdy paper. I don't have any of the like cameras or anything though. The things that let you just sort of like instantly print out like very low quality stuff, which has a charm. I did hold off on that because I might cheat and use my printer and whatnot. But yeah, I want to do like, I don't know if I want to do a whole zine or if I just want to start with making some zine style pages for some things. Got the new hairs. Oh, let's go. I am slowly working on mine. Like, here's my Saturnine Praetor, who's doing pretty legit. He's got some work that needs done still. I gotta get the other hand glued in too, and like. Gotta drill my plasma barrels and whatnot, but he's coming. He will be a thing I will be painting at some point in the next. Oh yeah, the breachers are legit. It's weird though. It's hard for me to give a shit about the new Breachers because as a 3D printer, the idea of giving marine shields is like not particularly buck wild. But for people who don't, I mean, it's not a bad kit. It's just that because I can sort of make my own shields, it's less immediately appealing to me. So cool kit though. So cool kit. Cheap it there. Oh shit! I know what I want to do. Oh, that purple idea. Oh, that purple idea was good. I think like see how there's these like little vents, like not vents, like webbing. There's like webbing there. I actually think adding the web. Oh, it's starting to get like weirdly chunky. Get a little bit of water on there. Yeah, I think introducing that kind of like purple hue to that would be like the real spice. Let the touch. Fine. I also have a feeling a lot of this is gonna get like kind of like handled for me once I start doing glaze stuff. Not glaze, enamel wash. There we go. Yeah, they're pretty legit. I've used a couple of them. I mostly use mine for glow effects these days, which they're very good for that. Yeah, there we go. Evil Red by Vallejo is a there we go. Yippee. Yippee, there we go. I was just trying to get like the color on screen. I feel like a drop of this. Maybe a drop of that Joe Sonia Magic Mix Glaze Medium bullshit thing. Nope. But yeah, no, they're pretty legit. They're like one of those things that I don't think like, you know, the advertising for all those is like, this is gonna blow your dick off and you can paint everything with it. I don't know if that's true. But I do like them a lot. Like I still think the people turn me on to Glittering Loot as like one for the gold from that line. And it's really solid. Just a little bit of that with that. Feather it a bit more. I probably just need to go back later as well, and probably go back later and also just kind of like mix the skin back into it. Yeah, I already have a bunch like because like I got the very first Horus Heresy. Well, not the very first, you know. I got the Age of Darkness box. So I already have Cataphracti. I got 5 built, and then I technically have another 5 I could make, but I'm very likely to use those for just miscellaneous, like, weirdo bullshit instead. I think I also, like... So I started to do Death Guard for my Horus Heresy stuff, and I pivoted to Word Bears once they became my favorite Legion. I'm sorry. I still like Death Guard, don't get me wrong. But, like... The lads... The lads, Lorgar and the lads and Lorgar's lads. They're just too cool. They just got so much going on, you know. Yeah, or maybe just some like battlefield trophies or something like that, you know. The bonus 2 watery. Is that? I don't know if I know that off the top of my head. Yeah, luckily you can kind of always just like dab a little bit off of a paper towel or something like that. So it's not the worst. Well, I'll do I rats, which will happen sometime. I have a couple of projects in the hopper that aren't rats, but I do really want to get that Rat Mordheim warband put together. That will absolutely be a thing that will eventually happen because like I don't have any like real urgency to play Mordheim because I like, you know, people have been talking about my local area for like 3 years, but I do want to have a warband. Oh my God, you really like Cataphracti Terminal. Why do you have so many? Like, is that a bad thing to ask? I feel like that's a lot. Especially because like they're an elite slot, right? Like, guess if you did 3 elite slots of Cataphracti Terminators at max numbers, so it's 10 each, so it's like 30. And then if you do you do 3. Okay, no, that explains a lot. Okay. That changes the math. What are you saying? Space Wolves fan enjoy Space Wolves? Big if true. They are nice though. They're nice. They're little chunky lads, but I do like them. generally pretty fun sculpts. I think it's almost getting like 210. That's fine. Really darken the interior and just kind of like fan it out. That might be a move. So you just like Termies in general. You need to do. I bought it back when I got my Emperor's Children stuff. My local shop did have a very good deal on a box of just vanilla Chaos Space Marine Terminators. I need to do something with them at some point. I know they're not particularly good in Emperor's Children, but I think they would just also be nice to paint. I mean, I guess also too, like, I do primarily play 3rd edition. I could just run Slaneshi Terminators in that and not give a shit. So the world spins. I mean, fair point. So, such is the way of things on this bitch of an earth. I also might try to mix some of this purple red directly into some of the other flesh. Like that might be the play. So just keep getting this directly in the middle and kind of like fanning it out a little bit. It's also got this like weird like neck gullet thing. I don't know if adding like a little bit of this seems to be helping. Not it's distinguishing it a little bit, so it's not too bad. I could kind of do like a weird purpley undertone for just the entire bottom of the neck. Whoa! Oh, that's a sauce. Okay, there we go. Yeah. We got it. I'm excited for DC Warhammer World. I have no real expectations. Like, I do still want to eventually visit the OG one. But hey, I think it's cool that the US is getting a Warhammer World. God, I saw the weirdest take on Twitter for like Warhammer stuff. I keep dying. Like, I know a lot of people who do minis interact on Twitter. I do want to see what they're up to. But someone's like, I think Warhammer is going to be ruined. They're like, why? They're like, they're going to make it too Americanized now. I'm like, buddy, you're way too late on that. Did you not see any of the Phobos Marines? Like, come on. And then they're like, how? Like, what led you to that idea? They're like, Americans got the Dawn of War box and we didn't. I'm like, fuck off. Like, I understand Games Workshop is a UK company. I get it. But like, you know, it's nice to get a bone thrown because I can't go across the sea. Like, what do people in the UK get? All the Warhammer. I would like to be able to buy a Realms of Chaos book in person. Must be nice. Like, come on. Why are you like this? Americans are the Tyranids. We convert all biomass into burgers and then burgers into biomass. It's such is our way of things. Oh, it's very silly. People on the internet are silly. I never did get like. My local area might still have that Dawn of War box, but every time I look at it, it's a great price. And there is like, there is a bit of my brain that is like, deal. How that's a deal. How that's such a deal. How that's an amazing deal. You must buy it. It's a deal. And I'm like, I don't like, sure. It is an amazing deal for if you want those minis. But like, I don't play Minotaurs. I paint them sporadically, but like, I don't need that. My brain is just really very easy to trick. I do love that bit. The thing is, I really do like those books. I do think they're really, really neat conceptually. The Realms of Chaos books. They have all the fun tables and like lore and kind of like a kind of that like whimsical spirit that I enjoy greatly. Yeah, actually, just kind of mixing this like purple red in the spots is actually kind of doing, like, kind of doing some shit for me. Especially if I just take the folds and just kind of work it in. Just swoosh it. There we go. I could even add a little bit on the no. America corn. No, America burger country, not corn country. We do have a lot of corn actually. And also Blood Bowl too, yeah. Yeah, but like I'm excited for DC Warhammer World. We'll see how it turns out. Okay, I'm gonna let you dry and then do the base for my lemon. You need some dry brushing. I got drab brown. Yeah, drab brown would be good. I'll take drab brown and dry brush that shit. I love calling America Burgerland. I just find like it's something that has been used as like a pejorative for so many years, but I like it. It's fun. So I don't really get too angry at it. But the tricky thing is not for me. Is it like it's not even that I say it, people are like, how dare you call America Burgerland? It's more like I'll just jokingly refer to America as Burgerland, and people that are not as online as I am like, what are you talking about? I mean Burgerland. I'm like, well, so it's America. That's, you know, just like a funny little thing. I have to imagine that they would like. I don't know if the American version is going to be like a 1-for-1 recreation. I have to imagine that, like, you know, a restaurant feels like a pretty safe bet. Whether it's Bugman's or if they make like McBugman's or whatever's a joke. But, like, you know, I think like that's coming. What I'm really curious is what's it called? I'm curious what they're going to do, because, like, so from what I understand, Warhammer World has really bitchin' displays, right? Like, really, really, really bitchin' displays, like the ones where you can, like, find an assassin and win an assassin, and, like, big Horus Heresy diorama battles and stuff like that. That's what I want to see. What do I want Bugman's to be there? Yes. True. If I had to sacrifice Bugman's for the dioramas, I would in a fucking heartbeat. Like, and I don't even care about it being like a Forge World like retailer either. I just want to see the cool dioramas. That's really it. I can shop online, even though, like, you know, Forge World's basically like sold out in the US forever. I'm sure we're not unique in that regard, but pork patty with bacon. That doesn't sound bad. The only food I remember is that, like, wasn't there a while where they basically sold, like, Night Scythe croissants because, you know, people would call Night Scythe croissants anyway, just because of the shape? They just kind of leaned in. Yeah, it'd be fun, though. If I ever do go to Warhammer's World, I do want to eat at Bugman's, because I do feel like that's part of the, like... I feel like that's part of the nature of it as a, like, touristy destination. As you go, you see the shit... Yeah, you eat at Bugman's and you fuck off. Like, mind you, I know a lot of people use that as like their local LGS. I'm sure that's cool. I don't know if I want to. Maybe if I built a kill team, I could maybe get away with flying a kill team across the ocean. I kind of doubt it, but maybe, you know? Yeah. The funny thing is, growing up, I actually never gave a shit about Disney World. Well, I would go to Legoland. I would have go to Legoland so bad as a lad. I was like, Mama, Papa, please, I would like to go to Legoland. And they're like, sure, whatever. and Hal did in fact not go to Legoland. Once again, though, we were not really in the financial bracket where Legoland or Disney World was really on the table. I would still like to go to the state of Legos as an adult is weird. I don't like it. Like, recently they showed that they're doing official Pokemon Legos, and like once again it's Gen 1 wank because you know who it's aimed at. I remember the guild sent me to like interact with some humans, and one of them thought did like I'm so fucking nerdy. I made a joke about Squirtle. I'm like, oh, please. I also don't know why I'm making him sound like that. He sounds nothing like that, but it's just like, oh no, that's the kind of person they're selling these to. It's like, I know, Richard. No, God, why? Lego should be affordable for kids. I know most parents just put like kids in front of a screen and they're just like, I hope you don't get too fucked up. But goddamn, I want if someday there's a Hal Jr. and a Hal Bet and you know whatever Frank, sure, I'll have 3 children, Hal Jr., Hal Bet, and Frank. I want them to be able to afford fucking Legos. I mean, there are Legos for kids, like the big, like kind of like I guess like generic buckets, I guess. But it's like, come on. Just taking some egg racks and just kind of like adding bits of water and just kind of like swoosing it. Because like this base does not fucking need enamel paints. I can just kind of do this. Hit different saturations and just add little bits of water and then put it back on and then kind of like I don't think I'm like doing like a true wet blend, but the idea is kind of okay, kind of similar-ish. How you doing, Zed? How you doing? Yeah, I mean, I like a big generic bucket. Frank is the female half. Yeah, probably. Like I don't know. I like the generic buckets because like mind you, I grew up in an era where Lego did its own like branding, and now Lego is now just kind of the what's it called? Like what do we do at Lego? We do brand crossovers. And I can kind of sponge little bits of it. I know there's like Richard Gray used to do something similar with this, but he would use contrast paints and give him a little bit extra working time. Yeah, I like the I'm in Bionicle, of course, but also like the I forget what the Indiana Jones like knockoff guy was, but I really liked him. I liked Basil the Bat Lord. I thought that guy was the raddest shit ever. Like a Lego big part of childhood. Like Lego a lot. How Return to Caveman when think of Lego. Oh yeah, no, they definitely Fortnited hard. It's weird. The move of crossovers from like every now and then rare treat. Rock Raiders fucked and the game fucked. God, there was a while ago where somebody was porting Rock Raiders to like a newer engine so it could be played on modern PCs. And I would like to eventually give that a go one of these days. There we go. Yeah, let's glue the lad to his base. Oh, fucking orange transparent chainsaws. That was the it was something ice related. I don't remember what that name was. Rock Raiders was cool. There was like a spy set. There was like a spy video game too, which was kind of like yeah, the spy video game was also like one of those ones where it was just like kind of what were you doing in that? It was like basically you kind of built like a Rube Goldberg machine to get to the other side. Maybe just doing some Lego video games would be kind of a fun thing. Like a fun, maybe like a very light stream, you know? One I really liked, there was I cannot remember the name, but there was specifically an alien set. There was an alien set where the idea was that there was like, you had these like big glow in the dark, like basically they were like bug aliens. But they would also they were really after these crystals, right? They were really fucking after these crystals. And you could use magnets to pick up the crystals, and I thought those were rad as hell. Getting the glue on the base. Yeah, the Mars ones I think were definitely when I was like starting to age out of Legos a little bit. But I do remember those. Those were kind of neat. They had like the weird kind of it was the battle droid chassis. Like they made a specific chassis for the Star Wars battle droids for the episode 1 stuff. And I distinctly recall that chassis got reused for some of the Mars aliens. I thought that was clever. I think it's neat to be able to take like a license bit and kind of make it like a bit more like, you know, universal. I have to imagine Lego probably just doesn't fucking bother anymore. Alright, so he is glued firmly to base. Blow this off. we go. Glad. I think the big boy is just going to require some dry time, so I'm having some fun with this. Do not mind. I think the brush I used to use to remove some of this is actually beginning to get crusty. So let me switch to this. I bought a bunch of like really cheapo like Target brushes, and they're really nice for just like shit tasks. Just kind of like I have to bat this away from the camera because it's just specifically the stuff that's just kind of like falling into like the floor. All right, there we go. And basically, yeah, maybe I don't know. Maybe Lego game night might be. Maybe Lego game night might be fun. Maybe like I could do. So this is a lemon pig. It is a symbol of good luck for the year. This is from last year. I created a monster, and I'm going to preserve him forever as a mini. He's going to be a lump for turnip 28. Today, I also worked on... I worked on this, my Desecrated Saint. He's going to be used for Trench Crusade as a Desecrated Saint. Which is going to be pretty legit. I mean... Abandonware websites are really good for older games. Like, legitimately, pretty much like a lot of games you assume would be lost. Like I said, I know the Rock Raiders guy was like basically upporting Rock Raiders to a new engine. Yeah, I do Warhammer minis, but like, you know, they're kind of secondary to all my other stuff. Yeah. Wait, what do you mean two? Are you honing in on my turf? This is my turf. Yeah, you're fine. I'll get a little bit more. But anywhere that I sealed it with some of that baking soda, I'm just trying to make sure I can like repaint over that. So it's like looks less like obvious like hardened glue. Oh, the flash! Oh yeah, like the Bionicle. The thing is, like people who like Lego, like really like Lego. So I have to believe a lot of that's preserved. I know like at least the Bionicle kind of like Matanui exploration game, I believe, is preserved in some form or another. I don't know about the other Lego games. There's also one, it was like Lego Creator that was like a Windows 3 game, I think? Windows 3 or Windows 5, whereas you basically just like built contraptions. And I remember the two things that were really cool about that is you could dynamite them and they would explode into a million chunks, which was fun. But also like if you put like a steering wheel on a vehicle that had like wheels, you could pilot it. You could like drive around. They all basically function the same. Like none of these were particularly like crazy tech. You're not doing like full besiege shit in this game. That's like a novelty. It was kind of neat. I think actually what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this original color and just kind of like work it around some of the like, various dirt bits. Almost just kind of like re-add this color as a wash. And I'll probably put some branches and some trees and stuff. Can't find in my house. I have a whole ass jar of pennies. Not specifically pennies. I just used to have a like for a white elephant years ago. I got one of those like it was like a jar with a little counter whenever you stick a coin in. Also Z. Bunch of numbers. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to. I know those are Roman numerals. I just forget what D is in Roman numeral terms. The 116th, 117th, I think. Sure, let's go with that. It's hard. Oh. No, that's fair. It's a closed ecosystem now. It was do you mean? So there is Lego movie studio. You might be thinking about that. I actually like 2 years ago I bought the camera for that. The problem is that it is wildly incompatible with the current version of Windows. So I would basically need to find some way to set up a like DOSBox sort of dealio for that. Because I thought it would be really fun to do like a little stop motion movie with all my minis and stuff. I thought that'd be really fun, but alas, thwarted by old tech. Speaking about alas, it is 4 hours into the stream, so it is time to wrap up for the evening. Wow. Gotta pause the music. Oh yeah, thank you nerds for coming. I had a lot of fun. So the guild was not okay. The guild isn't actively upset, but I have to do something on Thursday, which is going to preclude me from having a stream, which makes me big sad. But on Sunday, I will be painting some more. Probably painting the muscle boys. Probably painting the big muscle lads from last Thursday. The Pelagarth brutes. I think that's the play. So yeah. Also on we are going to be watching Skullduggery, which if you want to go in the Discord and check that out, Bloom recommended it, and Bloom knows his shit. It's gonna be some spicy garbage. Everybody on the YouTube side, I'm gonna cut you nerds loose. Take it easy. So bye, YouTube people. Bye. And I think let's rate Spear.